Chapter 8:25. The second high priest of the Celestial Master Hall nodded heavily. His hand suddenly formed a seal, and his aura suddenly skyrocketed. His face aged at an extremely fast speed. The Duan family's martial emperor was almost identical to him, burning his life force. It's just a last-ditch struggle. Yi Qin looked cold. After scoffing coldly, he waved the Master Destruction saber in his hand and slashed again. Slash! If one took a closer look, they would realize that he had slashed 10 times, 20 times, and finally over 40 times in a row. When he slashed out 20 times, the Duan clan's martial monarch didn't even have time to react before he was cut in half under his horrified gaze. Let's die together. At the same time, the second high priest of the Celestial Master Hall finally charged over. His arm had been severed at the shoulder, and an extremely terrifying wound appeared on his face. At that moment, he no longer held any hope of surviving. He charged at Yi Qin while activating the true origin energy in his body. He was getting closer and closer to the explosion, like a human-shaped time bomb. You want to self-destruct? Yi Qin's expression remained the same. He pointed his finger, and a golden cyclone suddenly shot out from his fingertip. The golden cyclone pierced through the second high priest's dantian sea of qi. Whoosh! As the sound of a balloon deflating was heard, the second high priest's aura became weaker and weaker. In the end, he fell to the ground with a thud. He was less than a step away from Yi Qin. Do you know why I didn't kill you? Yi Qin looked down at him from above. His gaze was extremely cold, because you're more hateful than them. Killing you would be letting you off too easily. I want you to beg for death. With that, he stepped down and crushed the second high priest's hands and feet into meat paste. He screamed like a crab without claws. Kill me, kill me. The second high priest of the Celestial Master Hall twitched as he roared. Shang Santian won't let you off. We won't let you off. In the courtyard outside the Morong Residence's hall, countless figures stood in a daze. The ones leading them were Morong Shui and Yao Bingyue. Kill me, kill me. The screams coming from the hall were like a death song, mercilessly and cruelly shattering all the confidence in their hearts. Dead. For of the 5 pseudo-emperors were dead, and one was crippled. This was the trump card they were relying on. However, they were so vulnerable before Yi Qin. Plop! Yao Huayuan fell heavily to the ground, his body paralyzed. He said with a face full of despair, It's over, it's all over! Murong Shui and Yao Bingyue both trembled. Their hearts were filled with shock, and they were overwhelmed by extreme fear. Run, let's run! Yao Bingyue shuddered. She helped Yao Huayuan up and wanted to run out. The others also woke up and followed suit. However, what made them despair was that there were dozens of figures with terrifying auras standing outside the Morong family's villa. This road is blocked. Han Qinhu, the leader of the group, said coldly. If one took a closer look, one would notice that he was looking at Yao Bingyue and the others with ridicule. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have acted in the first place. The next moment, Yi Qin walked out slowly with the Celestial Master Hall's second high priest in one hand. His cold gaze landed on everyone like a blade. Plop! Plop! The remaining members of the Morong family knelt on the ground without saying anything and kowtowed to Yi Qin with all their might. Mr. Yi, spare me, spare me. No, don't kill me. All of this has nothing to do with us. It's all that be *TCH Morong Shui's order. All sorts of cries, begging, and screams could be heard. It was as if they had fallen into purgatory on earth. Even Yao Bingyue could not take it anymore. She knelt heavily before Yi Qin and cried, Master, spare me! Yi Qin did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Morong Shui, who was still standing slowly, and smirked coldly. Do you still have any trump cards? Murong Shui's body trembled violently. Her face was so pale that there was no blood at all. She knelt heavily as well. I only want a quick death. Under Yi Qin's gaze, she really wanted to maintain the last dignity of a loser, but she chose to submit in the end. The extremely old Yao Huayuan said while trembling, "Misty, if you want to kill someone, kill me. Don't kill Bingyue. I'm the one who ordered all of this." Yi Chen smiled in disdain. He then walked past the few of them and arrived next to Han Qinhu and the rest. An emotionless voice rang out, "Kill the main culprits. As for the others, cripple those who have cultivation and chase all those who don't. Let them fend for themselves. Then seal up the Morong family." In the end, Yi Chen could not steel himself to kill everyone. After all, many of them were innocent. He could only blame them for being from the Morong family. Han Qinhu nodded to show that he understood. He immediately led his men to carry out Yi Chen's order expressionlessly. Meanwhile, Morong Shui and the rest closed their eyes in despair. Half an hour later, in the Morong residence, Hua Yushan bowed to Yi Chen gratefully. "Thank you for saving our lives, Mr. Yi." Even Hua Sisi, who was next to him, had a face full of gratitude. Ever since Morong Shui took over, they had been imprisoned because of Yu Sha Sha. It was impossible for them not to worry about their future. Fortunately, Yi Chen had saved them. When they found out that Yi Chen had killed 5 pseudo-emperors earlier, the father and daughter were so shocked that they could not speak for a long time. Yi Chen raised his hand lightly and said while smiling lightly, "What plans do you two have now?" Huasisi spoke first. "This world is too chaotic. My father and I plan to return to the countryside, farm, and live an ordinary life." Before she could finish, Hui Yushan tugged the corner of her shirt. He turned around and said to Yi Chen while clasping his fists, "As long as Mr. Yi doesn't mind my weak ability, I'm willing to follow you." How could he not understand what Yi Chen meant? Yi Chen nodded lightly and said while smiling, "You've seen the current situation in China. Although I've killed all the powerhouses from Shangsantian, I can't guarantee that no one will escape. Therefore, I plan to build a force. If you guys don't mind, you can join." Huasisi said immediately, "We don't mind, we don't mind." Yi Chen was stunned. He then looked at her with a forced smile. "Didn't you say that you're going back to the countryside to farm?" Huasisi blushed and stuck out her tongue playfully. "Farming isn't as good as sucking up to Mr. Yi." Yi Chen could not help but laugh when he heard that. At the same time as the Morong clan's matter came to an end, news about Yi Chen's battle achievement spread. Mad Southern Yi and Gan Zhou fought the 5 pseudo-emperors. They killed 4 of them domineeringly, crippled 1, and retreated calmly in the end. The entire China and even the entire world was in an uproar. Countries and countless forces were trembling. Chapter 826. Almost all the powerhouses in China who have entered the world were killed by him. It's unimaginable. I've counted carefully. There are no less than 5 pseudo-emperors of Shangsantian and no less than 40 martial venerables who died in the hands of mad Southern Yi. Tisk invincible. This is truly invincible, as expected of the undefeatable mad Southern. On this day, countless people were shocked. Before this, when Yi Chen issued the 3 commands against Shangsantian, everyone was suspicious of him, whether it was in the country or abroad. Most of them scoffed at him. However, after the news of his achievements spread, everyone was dumbfounded and completely shocked. If not for the fact that someone had kept the live stream video, they would not have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Especially on Killer Whale's live stream platform. All the viewers in Yi Chen's live stream went crazy. It was because Yi Chen had turned off the live stream. Before he turned off the live stream, he only cared about killing people from the beginning to the end. He did not say a single word to them, and it was because of this that the audience went crazy. He's too powerful. Such a man is the existence that we look forward to. Compared to him, who cares about being the number one? Who cares about being an internet celebrity? I've decided. I want to be his disciple. No one can snatch him from me. I'll fight whoever does. Who's got yellow urine? Wake up the person upstairs. Those with diabetes shouldn't come. Don't let him taste the sweetness. I'll go first. I just ate an expired bottle of Lao Ganma last night. My urine is split into two. Let me stain his nostrils. Within a day of Yi Chen's live stream, the popularity of the live stream increased instead of decreasing. It directly skyrocketed to 100 million. While everyone was giving gifts, they protested and asked the killer whale official to let Yi Chen live stream. Meanwhile, the popular streamer called Brother Jian was out of his mind. He was sending gifts to Yi Chen's live stream like crazy. Each gift was worth at least 5,000 yuan. No one knew how much he had sent. It seemed like he had been sending gifts for 2 hours. Brother Jian spent all his life savings and smashed his computer and all his live stream props. Compared to such a person, who do I think I am? Who do I think my money is? What no one knew was that a popular streamer called Brother Jian had disappeared without a trace. And in the 100,000 mountains that led from Tong province to Tianan, there was an additional fellow carrying a bag like a savage. He gritted his teeth and walked forward. Su Shu Jian, you can do it. You can definitely become Mad Southern Ye's disciple. Compared to the uproar in China, Western Europe on the other side of the ocean fell into silence, especially the colossus that was the International Tribunal. They brazenly sent Paul and Lahar to assist the people from Shang Santian because Yi Chen had killed Fire Emperor and Titan on the ghost ship. They wanted to kill Yi Chen. Unexpectedly, not only did they fail to kill Yi Chen, but Paul and Lahar were killed instead. They went for wool and came home shorn. 3 days later, Lin City's Yi family. At this moment, it was filled with many people, including Han Qinhu and the rest. If one took a closer look, they would realize that their auras were stronger than before. Yang Tian's face was grim. He lifted his head to look at Yi Chen, who was sitting above. Oldie, are you really going to Shang Santian? As soon as he said that, everyone in the hall looked at Yi Chen, who was carrying his daughter. They wanted to say something, but hesitated. I've made up my mind. You guys don't have to persuade me anymore. Yi Chen carried Meng Meng and looked at everyone with his head down. The matter in the country has been settled. However, Shang Santian has suffered at most this time. It didn't hurt them, so I have to go. Even though his tone was extremely calm, everyone present could feel a heart-palpitating, killing intent. Yi Chen's gaze eventually landed on the Patriarch of Hell and Yang Tian. Before I go, I have a few things to tell you guys. Firstly, the Star Pavilion will be rebuilt. The Patriarch and Yang Tian will be the Deputy Pavilion Masters. There's no limit to the number of people this time. You can recruit from the outside, but they must have a clean background. After the incident of Shang Santian entering the world, he realized a problem. It was difficult for him to take care of everyone with his own strength. Therefore, after much consideration, he decided to rebuild the Star Pavilion so that he could have a trump card under him. By then, even if he was no longer around, others would not dare to take action if they had any ulterior motives. Yang Tian immediately nodded. I'll remember. Patriarch Yellow Spring, on the other hand, had a helpless look on his face. When he was a Tribulation Almighty in his previous life, he was either an elder of some sect, flirting with female cultivators, or sleeping with beauties in some mortal dynasty. He was used to being lazy and could not be restrained. Patriarch. How could Yi Chen not know what he was thinking? He said with a faint smile, The Yi family still needs you to take charge when I'm not around. Of course, to compensate you, I can teach you a cultivation method before I leave. The Patriarch of Hell yawned and said disinterestedly, I don't lack cultivation methods. I lack women, a lot of women. Hearing that, many people in the hall looked at him with strange expressions. They seemed to be curious why the Patriarch, a 15 or 16-year-old young man, would speak like an old man. Moreover, he kept talking about women. When they were at the Patriarch's age, they were still fledglings. They had never even touched a woman's hand. Disperse. The Patriarch and Yang Tian stay. Yi Chen did not say anything. After getting everyone to leave, he left the Patriarch of Hell and Yang Tian alone. He gave them many things. When Yang Tian and the Patriarch of Hell walked out, Yang Tian glanced at the excited Patriarch of Hell and could not help but ask curiously, "Patriarch, didn't you say that you lack cultivation methods? What did old Yi give you to make you so happy? What's it to you?" The Patriarch of Hell glared at him before rubbing his hands and rushing out in a flashy manner. Kunlun. It was known as the #1 ancestral mountain in China. It was also known as the #1 divine mountain because almost all the myths and legends were related to Kunlun, including the Jade Pool and the Queen Mother of the West's Pill Refinement. This place is located at the border between Kunlun and Earth's space barrier. The spiritual energy here is denser than anywhere else in China. Moreover, it's endless. This must be the entrance to Shang Santian. At that moment, Yi Chan was standing quietly next to a pool in the inner area of Kunlun while carrying his daughter. He was quietly feeling the spiritual energy that was seeping out of the pool. Meng Meng, who was in his embrace, rolled her black eyes and looked around curiously. She mumbled, "Daddy, where are we going?" "Daddy will bring you to a place you've never been to before." Yi Chen touched her face. Subsequently, he extended his hand and formed seals in the air. "Open." Boom! The seemingly ordinary pool shook violently. Then, the space above it distorted a few times, and a golden immortal door appeared out of thin air. At the same time, countless koi leaped out of the pool. These koi swayed their tails as if they wanted to jump into the immortal door. "Let's go." Yi Chen carried his daughter and took a step forward. He entered the immortal door directly. Not long after he left, the immortal door disappeared into space again. 5 ancient clans, I'm here. Wushuang, Big Brother, is here. P.S. Today's update is over. What follows is the plot of Shang Santian. Please vote monthly and recommendation. Chapter 827. Inside the space barrier between Earth and Shang Santian. Yi Chen carried Meng Meng and turned into a streak of light. He followed the suction force of the space and headed to the end. A golden rainbow radiated from his body and protected the little girl tightly. Traversing through space, not to mention golden core cultivators, even nascent soul cultivators would not be able to do it. After all, the compression of space was enough to crush a mountain. However, Yi Chen was naturally not afraid because of his powerful physical body and the fact that the space barrier between Earth and Shang Santian was not too thick. I came to Shang Santian for 2 things this time. One is to collect the debt from the 5 ancient clans, and the other is to find Wushuang. Yi Chen's eyes flickered. At that moment, Meng Meng, who was curled up in his embrace, looked around timidly. She seemed to be afraid of the space barrier around her. "Daddy, how long until we leave this place?" "We're almost there." Yi Chen comforted her. As he was speaking, a tiny light source appeared at the end of the space barrier. It seemed to be an entrance, and dense spiritual energy filled the air. "Open." Yi Chen freed a hand and extended it gently. He tore the entrance open forcefully. As the entrance grew bigger, Yi Chen carried the little girl and turned into a ray of light. He entered the entrance. On a dangerous peak, a few hundred kilometers away from the entrance to Shang Santian, a thin voice leaped out from the fluctuating space as the space shook. "This is Shang Santian." After Yi Chen stabilized himself, he realized that he happened to be standing at the top of a medium-sized waterfall. He could look around. As far as the eye could see, the scenery in the distance was beautiful. There were undulating mountains and lush trees. Around him were all sorts of strange-shaped boulders and ancient trees. There were also countless flowers and plants that competed with each other. White cranes could be faintly seen flying in the sky. It could be said to be a paradise on Earth. It was peaceful. What dense spiritual energy! Yi Chen took a deep breath in and realized that the true origin energy in his body was circulating automatically. A gleam flashed through his eyes, as expected of Shang Santian. If there's such spiritual energy in the secular world, it's normal for ordinary people to live for more than 100 years. Looks like Shang Santian is a small world. Yi Chen looked like he was in deep thought. It's a small world that has the same origin as Earth, but it's beyond Earth. I didn't expect Earth to have an almighty who could create such a paradise. Dad, what's that? At this moment, the adorable little girl in his arms suddenly cried out in surprise and stretched out her little finger to point at the top of the father and daughter's heads. Yi Chen looked up and saw a giant golden eagle flying in the sky. It seemed to have noticed Yi Chen and his daughter. Subsequently, it spread its huge wings and raised a pair of sharp claws as it circled toward the two of them. What a big eagle! Adorable little darling widened her eyes because when this giant eagle spread its wings, it was about 3 meters long, which was equivalent to the size of 2 adult men who were 7 meters tall. What a feathered beast! How dare they treat us as prey? Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. Just when he was about to kill the giant eagle, a sharp arrow suddenly shot out from the forest. It tore through the air and headed straight for the giant eagle. At the next moment, 2 figures dashed out from the forest. It was an old man in a long robe and a young girl about 17 or 18 years old. The other party was holding a 3-pickle bough in her hand. Yi Chen secretly frowned when he saw that. It was because he realized that the weakest among them was an illuminating pulse martial artist. The old man was a martial Dao master, especially the young girl. She looked weak, but she could draw a 3-stone bow. Among the famous ancient generals, there were only a handful who could draw a 3-stone bow. One of the more famous ones was Huang Zhong, one of the 5 tiger generals of Shu during the 3 Kingdoms period. It was because a 3-stone bow required 360 kilograms of strength to be pulled. As the sharp arrow shot into the sky, the giant eagle that was about 3 meters tall dodged it easily. Subsequently, it charged at Yi Chen and his daughter without slowing down. Oh no! The young girl's expression changed when she saw that. She hurriedly said to the old man beside her, "Grandpa, quick, save them!" To her, there was no true energy fluctuation on Yi Chen at all. He seemed to be an ordinary person who had accidentally entered the Broken Soul mountain range. Meanwhile, even an illuminating pulse martial artist like her was no match for the giant eagle in the sky. The old man beside her forced a smile and was about to attack when he heard that. However, his movements froze immediately after. When the giant eagle that was over 3 meters tall was about to approach Yi Chen and his daughter, Yi Chen stretched his hand out. Lightning surged faintly in his palm. Buzz, buzz, as lightning flashed, the giant eagle wailed and lost its ability to move. Yi Chen grabbed it with one hand. Thunder method. It's actually thunder method. When the old man in the distance saw this, a hint of shock flashed through his eyes. This person must be a perfected cultivator. The young girl was also stunned. Evil creature, I can't let you live. Yi Chen scoffed and wanted to crush the giant eagle in his hand on the spot. At that moment, the cute little girl in his arms said, "Daddy, don't kill it, all right." "Do you like it?" The little girl raised her little face and said pitifully, "That's right. This is the first time I've seen such a big eagle. Daddy, I want it to fly me high." "All right." Yi Chen chuckled softly and retracted his killing intent. He sent a message to the giant eagle in his hand. "Hand over the soul blood or die." The giant eagle let out a few low cries before giving up on resisting. It opened its mouth, and a stream of blood that looked like an earthworm fell into Yi Chen's hand. Meanwhile, its aura weakened. Yi Chen lowered his head and said to the little girl after tossing it to the ground, "You can play with it now." The little girl hesitated and struggled out of Yi Chen's embrace. She staggered toward the giant eagle and stroked its golden crown gently. "Be good, or Daddy will kill you." The giant eagle let out a few low cries again and kept rubbing the little girl's arm with its wings. Soon the little girl giggled. "Can I call you Goldie from now on?" The giant eagle was speechless. It was an existence that could tear tigers and leopards apart. It was considered a ferocious bird in the forest. Who would have thought that it would have such a stupid name. At the same time, the old man in the distance walked over quickly with the young girl. He clasped his fists at Yi Chun respectfully. Junior Fu Haishan and granddaughter Fu Qingqing greet you, sage. Qingqing greets you, sage. The young girl replied in an extremely polite manner. Then she looked at the giant eagle that was having a great time with the adorable little darling with a hint of envy in her eyes. She and her grandfather had spent a lot of time chasing after this golden flame spirit eagle. Never did they expect that they would help Yi Chen. Chapter 828. Sage. Yi Chen was slightly dazed when he heard how the grandfather and grandson addressed him. He thought that they were cultivators too. In the cultivation world, foundation-building cultivators were called sage, golden core cultivators were called sage, and god transformation cultivators were called divine lords. There's no need to be so polite. Yi Chen smiled lightly. Subsequently, he probed intentionally. I'm Yi Chen. May I know who you guys are? Why are you here? Although he was not afraid of Shang Santian, it was better to be cautious to avoid trouble. The grandfather and grandson in front of him had unknown identities. Fu Haishan said respectfully again, Seiji, I'm from the Fu family of Qingyang City, near the Broken Soul mountain range. I came out this time to chase. At this point, however, he paused. On the other hand, Fu Qingqing looked at the giant eagle and said without thinking, Grandfather and I came out to chase this golden flame spirit eagle. Grandfather promised to give it to me as a birthday present, but you subdued it. Cough, cough. Before she could finish, she was stopped by Fu Haishan's cough. Fu Qingqing came to her senses and shut her mouth immediately. I see. Yi Chen came to a realization at that moment. It turned out that he was the one who had taken her away. He said, while smiling immediately, I've subdued this beast. How about this? I'll give you one if I encounter something like this next time. That's great, that's great. Fu Qingqing was so excited that she cheered. Yi Chen chuckled softly and asked, Did you guys just say that this place is called the Broken Soul Mountain Range? And you guys are from the Fu family of Qingyang Town? Sage, you don't know that this place is called the Broken Soul Mountain Range? Fu Haishan and Fu Haishan looked at him strangely. Yi Chen said calmly when he met their gazes, You guys might not know, but this is my first time traveling. I don't know much about the outside world. Fu Haishan was shocked again when he heard that. It was his first time traveling. He did not know much about the outside world. This person's background was definitely not simple. It was extremely likely that he came from those supreme sects, because only the core disciples of these supreme sects would never come into contact with the outside world. Thinking of this, he became even more respectful. Perfected One, if you don't mind, you can stay at my Fu residence for a few days. Allow me to talk with you as we walk. He was a smart man. After knowing that Yi Chen was most likely a spell sage and had an extraordinary background, he thought of taking the opportunity to befriend him. Yi Chen pondered for a while and said, That's great. It just so happened that he had just entered Shang Santian and was considered a newcomer. He did not know anything about this place. Since Fu Haishan was so proactive, he would not reject him. My dear daughter, it's time to go. The little fellow hugged the giant eagle's neck tightly and begged, Daddy, I want Goldie to carry me high up in the sky. Yi Chen glanced at the giant eagle. It shuddered and did not dare to delay. It obediently let the cute little girl stand on its back and flapped its wings into the sky. This scene made Fu Qingqing extremely envious. Along the way, Yi Chen gained a rough understanding of Shang Santian through Fu Haishan's introduction. It turned out that this place was called Kunlun Ruins. The reason why the people from the 5 ancient clans called themselves Shang Santian was purely because they looked down on the secular world. They thought that they were Shang Santian, which was above the 9 heavens. The Kunlun Ruins was vast. It was about half the size of Earth and had a population of more than 1 billion. What was different from Earth was that there were no countries here. There were cities, and there were hundreds of cities of various sizes. A medium-sized city, like Qingyang City, had an area of hundreds of kilometers and a population of millions. As for a large city, it was even more unimaginable. The Seoul Burial Mountain Range was a natural barrier that connected the eastern and western worlds of the Kunlun ruins. It was tens of thousands of kilometers long, and there were ferocious beasts and countless spiritual herbs. It was extremely dangerous, and the place he was at earlier was the outskirts of the Seoul Burial Mountain Range. Yi Chun said intentionally or unintentionally, "Old Fu, there's a question that I don't understand. Since there are no countries in the Kunlun ruins and only cities, who are these cities under the jurisdiction of? Of course, they're under the jurisdiction of the sect." Fu Haishan was already used to Yi Chen's questions. He explained patiently, the Kunlun ruins advocates martial Dao. Therefore, countless martial Dao families and martial Dao sects were born. Mortals rely on the cities to survive, and the martial Dao sects are above the cities. At this point, he paused for a moment before continuing. Therefore, the city governor of every city is a member of the sect. For example, the city governor of Qingyang City is a disciple of the King Kong sect. While the King Kong sect is responsible for protecting Qingyang City, they also collect offerings from Qingyang City every year. King Kong sect? Yi Chen thought to himself when he heard that. He realized that he had never heard of such a sect from the 5 ancient clans of Shang Santian. Thinking to this point, he could not help but ask, how does the King Kong sect compare to the Sword sect and the 10,000 Swords Pavilion? If he remembered correctly, Shi Qianhan had once said that Wu Shuang seemed to be in the Sword sect, and he was at the Sword sect's 9th peak. Be careful with your words. Unexpectedly, Fu Haishan's expression changed. He said in a low voice, "Don't mention the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion has been destroyed. It's a taboo now." Yi Chen nodded lightly. As for the Sword sect, Fu Haishan took a deep breath in and said, "This is a supreme sect. Whether its foundation or status, it's not something the King Kong sect can compare to." As if sensing his doubts, Fu Haishan said again, "You might not know this, but there are many top-notch forces in the Kunlun ruins. Outsiders divide these top-notch forces into 1 mountain, 2 religions, 3 sects for groups, and 12 ancient clans. The Sword sect is one of the 3 sections. There's a supreme giant in the sect that controls 10 cities and suppresses the territory of the Kunlun ruins." At this point, Fu Haishan's face was filled with reverence. The high sect of Qingyang City, the King Kong sect, is not among the 3 sections. It's far inferior to the Colossus that is the Sword sect. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion that you mentioned earlier is on par with the King Kong sect. Yi Chen's eyes gleamed when he heard the words, 12 ancient clans. He asked the 12 ancient clans, "Is there the Shao clan and the Bai clan?" "That's right." Fu Haishan nodded and said, "The Shao clan and the Bai clan that you mentioned happen to be among the 12 ancient clans. In terms of status, the 12 ancient clans can't compare to the 1 mountain, 2 religions, 3 sects, and 4 groups. However, they've been around for thousands of years. Their foundation is beyond our imagination." As he introduced them, Yi Chen had a rough understanding of the division of forces in the Kunlun ruins. Among them, the 1 mountain, 2 religions, 3 sects, and 4 groups were like colossi that stood above the 9 heavens. Below them were the 12 ancient clans. "Shao clan by clan," Yi Chen secretly scoffed. "Even in your dreams, you guys didn't expect me to not only kill all the people you sent to the secular world, but I've also come to the Kunlun ruins." At the same time, in the Duan clan in the east of the Kunlun ruins, countless figures stood in the Duan clan's ancestral hall. Every single one of their auras was extremely terrifying, but at that moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the ancestral hall before them. Chapter 829. In the ancestral hall in front of them, countless soul tablets exploded one by one, turning into fragments that scattered on the ground. Many words could be vaguely seen among them. "Bastard, what a bastard!" An old man standing in front had a furious expression. 30 elites of the Duan family came to the secular world, but they were all killed. There are 3 pseudo-emperors inside. Even if this mad Southernie has 3 heads and 6 arms, he won't be able to kill all of them, right? The old man emitted a terrifying aura. When has the Duan family ever had such casualties? Why didn't the patriarch let us enter the world? Why? Right at this moment, a ray of light shot down from the sky and enveloped everyone. Subsequently, an old figure slowly appeared in the air. Patriarch! Everyone knelt down. Even the furious old man from before was no exception. He lowered his head respectfully. Duansong. After the old figure in the sky sized up everyone, he said slowly, "Without my order, no one is allowed to send anyone to the secular world. Otherwise, they will be beheaded." Duansong was unwilling. Patriarch, why? Humph. The Duan family's patriarch snorted coldly. "Do you know that the last time old Bai came into the world, he was slapped to the ground?" Patriarch, we've already investigated. Duansong said respectfully. The Bai family's patriarch was injured by that crazy old man 20 years ago. It has nothing to do with mad Southernie. Moreover, this person has long disappeared. Do we still have to be afraid of him? The Duan family's patriarch said again. Then do you know that the last time old Shao came into the world, even his physical body was destroyed, and only his soul escaped? What? There's actually such a thing? Everyone in the ancestral hall was shocked. Their faces were filled with disbelief, thinking that they had heard wrongly. One had to know that the Shao family was the leader of the 5 ancient families. This was because the Shao family's patriarch was the first to break through to the emperor stage. His strength was the most unfathomable. Unexpectedly, he almost died. A thought flashed through Duansong's mind. Patriarch, could it be that those self-proclaimed slumbering old farts in the secular world of China have awakened in advance? Those old farts? The Duan clan's patriarch laughed coldly. They are more afraid of death than you and I are. How could they wake up at this critical moment? I'm not afraid to tell you that old Zhao's body was destroyed by mad Southernie. Even his soul was almost destroyed. As his words faded, the entire ancestral hall became deathly silent. This scene seemed to have occurred in the 5 great ancient clans, one after another. The Luo family. On a cliff, Luo Shuiyao, who was trapped, cried, "Third grandpa, can you let me out? I heard that the Shao clan has sent many people into the secular world to destroy the Yi clan. Yi Qin saved my life. Nothing must happen to his family." There was an old man in white standing outside with his hands behind his back. When the old man in white heard this, a strange light flashed in his eyes. "Silly child, your friend's ability has already exceeded our imagination. You don't have to worry too much." At this point, he gazed into the distance and looked at a mountain peak in the distance. He could feel an aura growing stronger and stronger from it. A gratified smile appeared at the corner of the old man's lips. "Tinya, don't blame me for being heartless. I didn't tell you about the secular world because you're only 1 step away from becoming an emperor. At this critical moment, you mustn't let miscellaneous matters disturb your Dao heart. The 5 ancient clans are getting more and more ambitious. Recently, they've been playing dirty tricks more frequently. Only when you become an emperor will our Luo family have a sliver of hope." 2 hours later, Yi Qin arrived outside a huge city under Fu Haishan and his grandson's lead. As far as the eye could see, the city tower was 30 meters tall. It was like a giant dragon was entrenched there, and there were many martial artists guarding the city tower. "Mr. Yi, we've arrived at Qinyang City." Fu Haishan pointed at the city in front of him and smiled heartily. "My Fu clan is in Qinyang City. We can be considered a big clan. This is a dangerous pass." Yi Qin spread his divine consciousness out. He saw that Qinyang City was built against the mountains and there was a river on the left. If this was in the secular world, it would definitely be a place that the military would fight for. While he was looking around, the passers-by were also looking at them. They were shocked when their eyes landed on the golden flame spirit eagle next to Yi Qin. It's a golden flame spirit eagle. I can tell that this golden flame spirit eagle is still in its infancy, but it's already equivalent to an illuminating pulse martial artist. If it grows to adulthood, it'll be able to reach master stage. How did you catch this, young man? It's said that the golden flame spirit eagle is extremely eccentric and eccentric. It would rather die than submit to humans. Countless people were pointing fingers at Yi Qin. Although these people coveted Goldie, they recognized Fu Haishan, who was next to him, and dared not attack. Fu Haishan also saw everyone's reaction and frowned. "Sage, let's go in." Yi Qin nodded lightly. Just when he was about to enter, an unfriendly voice suddenly came from behind him. "That brat! Don't leave yet!" Everyone turned around and saw a plump young man riding an earth dragon 100 meters away. There were a few guards behind him. "It's City Governor Zhao's son, Zhao Kuang." "That brat is in trouble." The surrounding onlookers were shocked when they saw the person who had arrived. Subsequently, they seemed to have thought of something and looked at Yi Qin gloatingly. Meanwhile, Fu Haishan and his grandson's expressions changed. When Zhao Kuang approached, Fu Haishan immediately greeted him with a smile. "Young Master Zhao, how has your father been recently?" "So it's old Fu." Zhao Kuang was stunned at first. Then he looked at Fu Qingqing lecherously before his gaze landed on Yi Qin. "Brat, I'm interested in your golden flame spirit eagle." He took out an origin stone and tossed it to Yi Qin as if he was dismissing a beggar. The few guards behind him walked toward the golden flame spirit eagle next to Yi Qin immediately. The golden flame spirit eagle seemed to have sensed danger as well. Its fur stood on end as it glared at them fiercely. Just as they were about to approach, an extremely calm voice suddenly stopped them. "Guys, I don't think I agreed to sell it, right?" As soon as he said that, Zhao Kuang's expression turned grim. "Brat, don't tell me you think it's too little?" Yi Qin smiled lightly. "This is what my daughter loves. I won't sell it no matter how much you offer." Hearing that, the golden flame spirit eagle's gaze on him finally eased up. It had submitted to Yi Qin earlier because it was forced by the situation. "Brat, do you want to die?" Zhao Kuang squinted. "Do you know who I am?" At the same time, Fu Haishan kept signaling Yi Qin with his eyes, signaling him to sell it. After all, the person before him was the son of the city governor of Qingyang City. Even he did not dare to offend him. "Are you deaf?" Yi Qin said again. "I told you I'm not selling it." Zhao Kuang was furious. "Brat, you slap." As everyone was dumbfounded, Yi Qin took a step forward with the child in his arms and slapped him in the face. "If you say another word, I'll dare to kill you. Do you believe me? P.S. I'm going to the county hospital tomorrow. It's a round trip of over 100 kilometers. It's time-consuming to travel by car, so I might not have time to write. Therefore, I'll update less today. I'll save it for tomorrow and come back the day after tomorrow. Thank you for your understanding." Chapter 830. Outside Qingyang City. At that moment, everyone stared blankly at Yi Qin. What Yi Qin said earlier was still echoing in their minds. "Say one more word. Do you believe that I dare to kill you?" One had to know that Zhao Kuang was the son of the city governor of Qingyang City. He was slapped in public, and the other party threatened to kill him? "Sage, you!" Even Fu Haishan could not hold it in anymore. The city governor's mansion was not scary, but the high sect behind the city governor's mansion was scary. Yi Qin said nothing. His cold gaze stopped on Zhao Kuang. There was a faint coldness in his eyes. Although it was his first time in the Kunlun ruins, and he did not want to make a big fuss, it did not mean that he was afraid of trouble. Not to mention Zhao Kuang, the son of the city governor's mansion. He was not afraid even if it was the King Kong sect behind the city governor's mansion. On the other hand, Zhao Kuang was dumbstruck the entire time. He subconsciously covered his painful cheek as his face alternated between green and pale. There were a few times when he wanted to say something harsh, but he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth when he met Yi Chen's gaze. He could sense that Yi Chun might really kill him if he said another word of nonsense. Without his order, the guards behind him did not dare to attack Yi Chun. "Brat, you win." Under everyone's shocked gazes, Zhao Kuang glared at Yi Chun fiercely after he snapped back to his senses. He led his men into the city. At that moment, a carriage sped out of Qingyang City. Subsequently, a middle-aged man walked up to them quickly. "Father, Qingqing, are you all right?" The other party was a martial Dao master. "I'm fine." Fu Haishan finally snapped back to his senses from what happened earlier. He then introduced Yi Qin. "Sage, this is my son, Fu Shaoqin. Shaoqin, this is Seiji. He's out training. I invited him to the Fu residence as a guest. You must treat him well." "Sage?" Fu Shaoqian lifted his eyes and took a good look at Yi Qin and his daughter. He then nodded calmly. There was a hint of disapproval under his rugged appearance. He turned to look at Fu Qingqing. "I met young Master Zhao on the way here. Did something happen?" "We'll talk about it when we get back." Fu Haishan did not want to talk about it. He said that casually and called Yi Qin and his daughter into the carriage. They entered Qingyang City. There was a lot of traffic along the way. It was extremely lively. Yi Qin also had a deeper understanding of the Kunlun ruins. To put it bluntly, the Kunlun ruins was similar to the cultivation world. Not everyone practiced martial arts, and everyone cultivated immortality. There were also many mortals, but the businesses these mortals ran were often related to cultivation. After half an hour, the carriage finally arrived at a lofty gate that occupied an area of about 100 acres. The gate had an ancient style, and there were many courtyards and countless gardens inside. If an ordinary person were to enter by mistake, it would be extremely easy to get lost. As soon as they arrived at the Fu residence, many people came out to greet them. Most of them were the higher-ups and servants of the Fu clan. Yi Qin glanced over and realized that the highest cultivation base among them was only at the master stage. However, even a servant who did odd jobs had cultivated inner energy. He could not help but shake his head, secretly. At the end of the day, the Kunlun ruins is not something the secular world can compare to. For example, odd job servants might not be considered experts in the secular world, but they can be used as bodyguards or participate in sports competitions. It's enough to make a name for themselves. Soon, an extremely sumptuous banquet was placed on the table. Fu Haishan arranged Yi Qin to sit at the head of the table. Fu Shaoqin was the first to pick up a bronze wine bottle and stand up. He said to Yi Qin, "Sage, it's my honor that you're able to come to my Fu residence. Let me toast you." Yi Qin nodded lightly to show his respect. Just when he was about to pick up the bronze wine bottle in front of him, Fu Shaoqin asked again, "There's something I don't understand. May I know which sect you're from? Where's your hometown? What's your cultivation base?" Yi Qin secretly frowned. Even Fu Haishan could tell that something was wrong. He immediately berated, "Shaoqin, don't be rude to the sage." "Father," Fu Shaoqian said stubbornly, "I heard that you offended the son of the city governor, Zhao Yong, before you entered the city. Since you dare to look down on Zhao Yong, you must have something to rely on. That's why I'm curious." Yi Qin said with a forced smile, "Are you doubting my identity?" Obviously, the other party treated him as a fake expert who swindled him out of his food and drink. That was why he repeatedly contradicted him. "I wouldn't dare." Fu Shaoqin looked straight at Yi Qin. He did not hide the contempt on his face at all. "Please enlighten us, sage. We'll be at ease." "Who do you think you are?" Yi Qin chuckled softly and said non-committally, "Do I need to explain my identity to you?" It was not that he was guilty, but Fu Xiaoqin's tone really displeased him. Moreover, with his identity, why would he need to explain to an ant? "Since that's the case, please leave after finishing this wine. Don't bring trouble to our Fu family." Fu Xiaoqin could not hold back anymore. He snorted coldly and sat down. Fu Haishan frowned. "Xiaoqin, father!" Fu Shaoqian interrupted. I don't know where you met this person, nor do I know why you treat him as a sage cultivator. However, I know very well what kind of existence a sage cultivator is. Why would he take a fancy to a mere Fu family? Father, you must not be deceived by someone with ulterior motives. Moreover, this person has offended the city governor's mansion. We can't let him stay in our Fu residence. Following his words, the rest of the people at the banquet nodded one after another and began to discuss in agreement. Young Master Fu is right. This person is young, no matter how I look at him. He doesn't look like a sage cultivator with great divinity. He doesn't even dare to reveal his identity and cultivation base. I think he's a liar. At that moment, the entire banquet was filled with all sorts of sarcastic voices. They were all doubting Yi Qin. Fu Qingqing could not bear to see that. She tugged the corner of Fu Haishan's shirt immediately. Fu Haishan sighed softly and chose to remain silent. At that moment, he was a little suspicious. After all, from the beginning to the end, he had only seen Yi Qin use the thunder technique. He had just remembered that he could use the thunder technique in the Kunlun ruins through the talisman technique. At that moment, an incomparably loud noise suddenly came from outside. Subsequently, a servant of the Fu family ran in a panic. Oh no, City Governor Zhao is here with his men. What? The people in the room immediately stood up. Fu Shaoqian smirked coldly. Father, look, trouble is here. Fu Haishan took a deep breath in and said calmly, it's fine. I'll personally go out and negotiate with City Governor Zhao. Forget it. Immediately after, a cold voice came from outside. How could I dare to trouble Elder Fu to welcome me personally? Chapter 831. As this voice fell, under the watchful eyes of countless people, 3 figures could be seen rushing over from the main entrance of the Fu residence. The leader was a middle-aged man in a brocade robe. He was tall and burly, and his temples were bulging. He walked with a majestic aura. Behind him was a man in armor and a wealthy young man. It was Zhao Kuang who had collided with Yi Qin earlier. However, Zhao Kuang was smug at that moment. His eyes were filled with revenge as he looked at Yi Qin. As the 3 of them appeared, the atmosphere in the Fu residence's hall became dead silent. Many members of the Fu family revealed fear on their faces. Their leader was the city lord of Qingyang City, Zhao Yong, who was a great grandmaster and a disciple of the Vajra sect. Whether it was cultivation or background, the Fu family, a mere third-rate martial arts family, could not compare to him. City Governor Zhao, it's our honor to grace our humble abode with your presence. Fu Haishan took a deep breath in and immediately welcomed him with a face full of smiles. Is there a shortage of offerings from our Fu family a month ago? Fu Haishan. Zhao Yong did not speak. Instead, the man in armor beside him shouted sternly, Don't play dumb with us. You know why we're here today. Fu Haishan sighed to himself, but he still said calmly, Commander Ma, I'm old and muddle-headed. Please enlighten me. What an old and muddle-headed man. Zhao Yong said coldly, My son was slapped in public outside the city today. No matter who's right or wrong, as his father, I have to seek justice for him. Subsequently, he sized up the crowd with a sharp gaze and said with a fake smile, May I know who slapped my son? Why don't you stand out and let me see who it is? Father, it's him. Zhao Kuang, who was behind him, pointed at Yi Qin, who was in the corner. At the same time, the people from the Fu family next to Yi Qin retreated to the side, subconsciously, revealing Yi Qin to Zhao Yong. Yi Qin took a step forward while carrying the little girl. He glanced at Zhao Kuang coldly. I shouldn't have spared your life earlier. Zhao Kuang subconsciously took a step back and then sneered. Brat, you still dare to boast shamelessly when you're about to die. You're the one who hit Kuang, huh? Zhao Kuang narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Qin carefully. He secretly frowned because he did not sense any cultivation aura from Yi Qin at all. Yi Qin gave him the feeling that he was an ordinary person who could not cultivate. Before Yi Qin could speak, a cold gleam flashed through his eyes. I don't care who you are, but you have to pay the price for hitting Kwang. Commander Ma, do it. Yes. The armored man next to him responded immediately and walked toward Yi Qin. City Lord Zhao, Fu Haishan's expression changed. He wanted to defend Yi Qin. Scram! Zhao Yong's body shook, and an incomparably powerful aura immediately suppressed him. Fu Haishan was forced back a few steps on the spot, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Grandpa, are you all right? Fu Qingqing hurriedly supported him. Many members of the Fu family glared at him. Zhao Yong said extremely calmly, Fu Haishan, this is a matter of my city governor's mansion. If you continue to stand up for me, do you believe that I'll immediately mobilize troops to suppress your Fu family and wipe out your entire family? Everyone's expressions changed when they heard that. Fu Haishan closed his eyes and arrived before Yi Qin in one step. He looked straight at Zhao Yong. City Lord Zhao, Sage Yi is an esteemed guest that I invited. If you really want to fight, you can wait until Sage Yi leaves the Fu residence before doing so. Seeing that his father was so stubborn, Fu Shaoqin could not sit still anymore. He stood up and said, City Lord Zhao, don't forget that Chan has joined the high sect, the Star Sect. As his voice fell, Zhao Yong's expressionless face finally showed a trace of change. Although the Fu family was only a third-rate family, they had produced Fu Qiuchan. She had been tested to have a grade 3-star body since she was young, so she was taken away by the high sect, the Star Sect. The Star Sect was one of the 3 sects and 4 groups. There were supreme giants in the sect, and their status was much more terrifying than the King Kong sect behind the city governor's mansion. This was also the reason why Zhao Yong had tolerated the Fu family all these years. However, it was impossible for him to back down in front of so many people. Thinking to this point, Zhao Yong immediately took a step back. All right, Fu Haishan, I'll give you face. As long as this brat cuts off one of his arms, I'll let this matter go. Cut off one of his arms? Fu Haishan smiled bitterly when he heard that. He wanted to speak, but he immediately realized that this might be Zhao Yong's bottom line. Fu Shaoqin did not say a word. On the other hand, Fu Qingqing could not help but look at her father and grandfather for help. However, the two of them pretended not to hear her. She then looked at Yi Qin guiltily. At that moment, she felt her vision blur. She then realized that Yi Qin was walking out slowly with the child in his arms. Fu Shaoqin could not help but sneer when he saw that. To him, Yi Qin had clearly given in. Sage? If he was a sage, why would he care about a mere Zhao Yong? Even the King Kong sect had to give him some face. Yi Qin looked at Zhao Yong and his son and suddenly shook his head lightly. Brat, why are you shaking your head? Zhao Kuang immediately sneered and said, Are you afraid? Unfortunately, it's too late. Not only will you have to cut off one of your arms, but you'll also have to hand over the golden flame, spirit eagle, obediently. I'm shaking my head because it's a small matter. I'm not willing to get angry over it. However, why do you guys have to die? Yi Qin shook his head. You're courting death. Commander Ma immediately punched out. Fu Qingqing exclaimed, No. At the next moment, Yi Qin stretched his hand out and grabbed Commander Ma lightly. Under the other party's shocked gaze, he grabbed him in his hand. Lightning exploded from his palm. The commander of Qingyang City, a master stage martial artist, was completely annihilated by the lightning in Yi Qin's palm. He did not even have the time to scream before he died. Everyone was completely stunned. Oh no! Zhao Kuang's eyelids twitched. He hurriedly grabbed Zhao Kuang, who was beside him, and was about to run away. Are you trying to leave after coming here? Yi Qin's expression was calm. He slapped him as if he was swatting a fly. At that moment, Zhao Yong, who was a master, felt an invisible force pressing down on him. Then he knelt on the ground with a thud. He struggled with all his might. However, he realized that as Yi Qin's palm pressed down slowly, the pressure on him was increasing. It was like Buddha suppressing Sun Wukong. In the end, he was prostrating on the ground, and his face was almost deformed from the pressure of the ground. Zhao Kuang, who was beside him, had his head deeply inserted into the ground. Only his legs that were left outside were still twitching. The hall was dead silent. Everyone stared blankly at the scene. Fu Shaoqin was the most shocked. At this moment, he felt a chill run from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head. Fu Haishan inhaled sharply and cried out in shock, "Origin energy! It's actually an origin energy cultivator." Chapter 832. The cultivation system of the Kunlun ruins was more rigorous than that of the secular world. To a martial artist, it was the acquired stage, master stage, martial venerable stage, and martial emperor stage. The cultivation stage of a cultivator corresponded to the martial Tao stage. They were Tao entry, arcane enlightenment, origin energy, and nirvana. Masters were divided into junior master and senior master. The city governor of Qingyang City, Zhao Yong, was a master. It would not be an exaggeration to describe him as the number one person in Qingyang City. However, he was slapped to the ground by Yi Qin. He was at least an origin energy sage who was comparable to a martial venerable. What? An origin energy sage? Hearing Fu Haishan's exclamation, the expressions of everyone from the Fu family in the hall changed drastically. There was shock in their eyes as they looked at Yi Qin. Fu Qingqing looked at Yi Qin blankly. Her lips were wide open. Clearly, she did not expect Zhao Yong, who even her grandfather was no match for, to be so vulnerable in Yi Qin's hands. So he really is a sage. On the other hand, Fu Shaoqin felt his breathing stop as regret and guilt gradually emerged in his heart. The most shocked person was none other than Zhao Yong. Compared to Yi Qin's cultivation base of an origin energy sage, what shocked him the most was that Yi Qin had reached origin energy at such a young age. Doesn't that mean that Yi Qin came from a supreme sect? As he thought to this point, he immediately roared in an extremely shrill voice, "Spare me, sage! Spare me, sage! I failed to recognize you." At that moment, he was no longer thinking about his son, Zhao Kuang. He only wanted to live because he could have another son if he lost his son. However, once he lost his life, he would lose everything. "Spare your life." Yi Qin sat down calmly and said calmly, "You forced me to buy and sell my son. You wanted to sever my arm without distinguishing between right and wrong. How can I forgive you for such actions?" On the other hand, the people from the Fu family watched the scene with joy on their faces. Before Yi Qin, Zhao Yong was no different from a local tyrant to Qingyang City. He was feared by everyone. When had there ever been such an unbearable scene? "Sage!" Zhao Yong's body trembled as he said, "I am a disciple of the King Kong sect. Elder Jin Quan is my master. Please, for his sake, spare my life." As his voice fell, Fu Haishan immediately said, "Spiritual Master Yi, what City Lord Zhao said is true. He is indeed an in-name disciple of Elder Jin Quan of the King Kong sect, and Elder Jin Quan is a martial venerable. If you kill him—" Uft! He abruptly stopped mid-sentence as he stared in shock at the bloody hole in the back of Zhao Yong's head. Scarlet blood was gushing out from the wound. On the other hand, the rest were shocked as well. Clearly, they did not expect Yi Qin to really kill him, especially when Zhao Yong mentioned the King Kong sect. Sigh. Fu Haishan's lips moved slightly. In the end, he could only let out a long sigh. "Seiji, you've really gotten into trouble. The King Kong sect rules 5 cities. Not only are there martial venerables like Elder Jin Quan in the sect, but there are also pseudo-emperors guarding the sect." To him, although Yi Qin was suspected to be from a supreme sect, he was alone outside after all. Although his ability was at origin energy, how could he fight a sect? Fu Shaoqin secretly shook his head. He secretly made up his mind to send Yi Qin away politely as soon as possible. That way, the King Kong sect would not implicate the Fu family. However, Yi Qin's expression remained the same. he said calmly. So what if you're a martial, venerable? You'll bow down to me. Almost at the moment, Zhao Yong died. In a mountain peak of the King Kong sect in the Kunlun ruins, an old man sat cross-legged on a stream. As his nose surged, countless origin energy around him entered his nose. Master, I have something important to discuss with you. An anxious voice came from outside the cave abode. Come in. The old man suddenly opened his eyes, and his gaze was like lightning. Not long after, a young man in a red robe walked in quickly and knelt before him respectfully. Master, Zhao Yong's soul tablet has shattered. Zhao Yong? The old man seemed to be at a loss. After pondering for a few seconds, he said, Are you the city governor of Qingyang City, Zhao Yong? My in-name disciple? That's right, it's him. The young man nodded. The old man narrowed his eyes when he heard that, and then he said, Although Zhao Yong's aptitude is stupid, and I don't like him, he's smart. He offers offerings to me every year. Moreover, with his death, Qingyang City will be without a leader. I have to make a trip down the mountain. In the Fu residence, the banquet was still going on. However, because there were 2 bloody corpses on the ground, no one was in the mood to eat. On the other hand, Yi Qin seemed to be unaffected. Under everyone's respectful gazes, he sat and ate calmly. He would pick food for the little girl from time to time. After what happened earlier, no one dared to be disrespectful to Yi Qin at all. Instead, they started talking to Yi Chen with smiles on their faces. They would probe Yi Chen's background from time to time. However, to their disappointment, Yi Chen's speech was orderly and well-controlled. There was no useful information at all. When Fu Haishan saw this, he secretly sighed, as expected of someone from a supreme sect. Even someone like me, who has lived for most of my life, can't compare to him. Only Fu Shaoqin felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. His lips moved from time to time as if he wanted to urge Yi Qin to leave, but he found it difficult to say it. How could Yi Qin not know what he was thinking? He said with a light smile, Old Fu, do you have a map of the Kunlun ruins? A map of the Kunlun ruins? Fu Haishan was stunned at first. Then he shook his head and said with a bitter smile, Not to mention my Fu clan, even Qingyang City doesn't have one. Why? Yi Qin frowned. Fu Qingqing took over and said, Seiji, you might not know this, but the Kunlun ruins is extremely vast. There's the Seoul Burial Mountain Range in the middle, and the endless chaotic ocean in the west. It's easier said than done to draw an accurate map. Yi Qin was slightly disappointed when he heard that. Just as Fu Qingqing had said, the Kunlun ruins was vast. If he wanted to find the location of the 5 ancient clans, or even meet Wu Shuang, without a map, it would be like searching for the moon in the ocean. Seiji, Fu Shaoqin, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, I know where the complete map is. Yi Qin could not help but look over. Fu Shaoqin said slowly, If you want to find a complete map of the Kunlun ruins, you can only look for it in those sections. For example, the High Sect's King Kong sect. Because their forces are spread all over the place, almost every sect has a complete map. Yi Qin secretly nodded. The King Kong sect, huh? Yi Qin only held his head down to look at the little girl after an hour had passed. Are you full? Daddy, I'm full. Meng Meng stretched out her hand and patted her bulging belly. She covered her face in embarrassment and said, Daddy, I'm so full that I can't walk anymore. You have to carry me on your back. Yi Qin could not help but laugh. Sure, I'll carry you. Just as he was about to leave, a loud noise suddenly came from the sky above the Fu residence. Who killed my Golden Spring disciple, Zhao Yong? As this voice fell, the expressions of Fu Haishan and the rest changed drastically. Seiji, this is bad. Elder Jin Quan from the King Kong sect is here. P.S. Chapter 3 has been updated for today and will resume tomorrow. Please vote monthly and recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 833. Seiji, this is bad. Elder Jin Quan of the King Kong sect is here. As soon as Fu Haishan said that, the originally quiet hall of the Fu residence fell into panic. After all, Elder Jin Quan was not someone city governor Zhao Yong could compare to. Not only was he an elder of the King Kong sect, but he was also a martial venerable. If he barged into the Fu residence, who would dare to stop him? Don't panic, old Fu. I'll go meet this person. Yi Chun smiled lightly and dashed out while carrying his daughter. As soon as he left, everyone heaved a sigh of relief subconsciously. Someone suggested, "Master, let's close the door." Close the door? Are you trying to make a fool of yourself? Fu Haishan berated that person sternly. He then gritted his teeth and walked out. Clearly, he was worried about Yi Chen. If Yi Chen really came from a supreme sect and something happened to him in the Fu residence, the Fu family would not be able to escape the responsibility if the supreme sect came after him. Fu Qingqing followed closely behind. "Grandpa, wait for me!" "Let's go and take a look." Fu Shaoqian hesitated for a moment, but in the end he still led many bold people out. In the sky above the Fu residence, an old man with a cold expression stood in the air. His entire body was overflowing with murderous aura, and a huge python as thick as a bucket was wrapped around his shoulder. "Who killed my disciple, Zhao Yong?" His cold shout, wrapped in dense origin energy, was like a bolt from the blue, echoing throughout the entire Qingyang city. When many people in the entire Qingyang city heard this voice, their gazes turned to the figure in the sky. When they saw the person's face clearly, waves of cries rang out. "It's Elder Jin Quan of the King Kong sect. This big shot almost never comes to our Qingyang city. Why is he here in such a threatening manner? What? Someone killed City Governor Zhao? And City Governor Zhao is Elder Jin Quan's disciple? TSK, that person is quite bold. Doesn't he know how overbearing and protective Elder Jin Quan is? Looks like the Fu residence is below." Elder Jin Quan stepped in the air. His slightly sunken eyes swept across the entire Qingyang city like a python on his shoulder. His gaze was focused on the Fu family because he had found out that Zhao Yong's aura had dissipated here. He frowned inwardly. Just as he was about to go down, he suddenly noticed a young man holding a little girl, slowly walking out from below. Fu Haishan and the rest of the Fu family followed behind him. When he saw the person in the sky, clearly, Fu Haishan's heart sank. He hurriedly said, "Junior Fu Haishan greets the High Sect's Elder Jin Quan." "So it's Clan Head Fu." Elder Jin Quan narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. "Master Fu, I found out that my in-name disciple died in your Fu residence. Don't you have to give me an explanation?" Without waiting for Fu Haishan to speak, Fu Shaoqian, who had followed behind, immediately cupped his fists and said, "Elder Jin Quan, to be honest, City Lord Zhao was not killed by us, but by this spiritual mastery, Dad." Fu Qingqing looked at Fu Shaoqian in disbelief when she heard that. She did not expect Fu Shaoqian to throw Yi Chen out. However, Fu Shaoqian glanced at Yi Chen expressionlessly and said, "Sage Yi, I'm sorry. The Fu family is too small to withstand Elder Jin Quan's anger." Yi Chen smiled lightly and said nothing. "Brat, you're the one who killed my disciple?" Elder Jin Quan's gaze eventually landed on Yi Chen. He suddenly shouted, causing the origin energy of heaven and earth to go berserk. Many people on the ground suffered internal injuries, one after another. Fu Haishan's expression changed slightly. He forcefully held back his boiling blood and said to Yi Chen softly, "Seiji, if you're no match for him, you can run away. Jin Quan won't vent his anger on my Fu family because of this." His voice was small. As before, Jin Quan heard every word without missing a beat. "Escape? You dare to escape after killing my disciple?" Jin Quan stared at Yi Chen sinisterly. "I don't care who you are. A life is a life. I'll take your life for Zhao Yong today." As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his feet heavily and disappeared from where he was, as if he had teleported. A majestic origin energy wave exploded from his body and charged at Yi Chen. Fu Haishan and the rest were sent flying under the terrifying pressure. When they saw clearly, they saw that Elder Jean Quan was less than 3 meters away from Yi Chen. Oh no! Fu Haishan's expression changed drastically. Fu Qingqing's beautiful face turned pale as she said, "Grandpa, what should we do?" At that moment, Yi Chen, who had been motionless, suddenly spoke. A voice that sounded like rolling thunder exploded. "Get lost!" As soon as the word "get lost" was heard, it was as if thunder was rumbling in the sky above the Fu residence. Bleck! Elder Jean Quan only felt an incomparably majestic, invisible force attack him and immediately sent him flying more than 10 meters away. Following that, he spat a mouthful of blood. Fu Haishan and the rest were completely stunned. This person was at origin energy. Moreover, he was a powerhouse at peak origin energy. Elder Jean Quan's pupils constricted violently. After swallowing a medicinal pill quickly, he looked at Yi Chen with fear in his eyes. He did not expect to encounter an extremely rare spell sage in Qingyang City. Before he could react, Yi Chen disappeared from where he was in a flash. He turned into an afterimage and charged at him. Elder Jean Quan's expression changed drastically when he saw that. He hurriedly urged the python on his shoulder to shoot out while he retreated frantically. He said repeatedly, "Fellow, this is a misunderstanding." Before he could finish speaking, the python that was comparable to a martial venerable was crushed by Yi Chen. Meanwhile, Yi Chen charged at him. Elder Jean Quan was shocked. He then bit the tip of his tongue decisively. After spitting a mouthful of blood, he immediately turned into an afterimage and retreated. The python was his pet that he had nurtured for decades. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as his second combat power. However, it only stopped Yi Chen for a moment. Therefore, he knew that he was no match for Yi Chen. In the blink of an eye, he'd executed the blood escape technique and had already flashed over 300 m away, and he cursed repeatedly in his heart. Damnable Zhaoyong, he actually provoked such an existence. Fortunately, I'd inadvertently obtained a blood escape technique in my early years. Otherwise, just as he was rejoicing, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. He turned around subconsciously and saw that Yi Chen had caught up to him with the wind. "Senior," he shuddered and hurriedly begged for mercy. "It's a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. I'm from the King Kong sect." The people who were watching this scene from the ground were instantly dumbfounded. They did not expect Elder Jean Quan, who had come in a powerful manner, to be in such a sorry state. At the next moment, Yi Chen slapped him to the ground and landed slowly before him. He smiled lightly. "You came at the right time. Bring me to your King Kong sect, and I'll spare your life." Chapter 834. Before this, Yi Chen wanted to find a map of the Kunlun ruins. Unfortunately, the Fu family did not have it. Instead, Fu Shaoqin told him that the King Kong sect might have it. Now that Elder Jean Quan had taken the initiative to visit him, it solved his problem. After all, it was his first time in the Kunlun ruins. So how would he know where the King Kong sect was? Elder Jean Quan, who was terrified, was stunned when he heard that Yi Chen wanted him to bring him to the King Kong sect. What did you say?" The request was too strange. He was an elder of the King Kong sect, and Yi Chen killed his disciple. Now he wanted him to bring him to the King Kong sect's base camp? Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. "I don't want to say it twice." "Senior, I'll bring you there. I'll bring you there." Elder Jean Quan nodded immediately. Even though he did not know Yi Chen's real purpose, he had no choice but to agree to it in order to survive. "I advise you to be more obedient," Yi Chen said extremely calmly. "Otherwise, I can kill you at any time within 300 meters. Of course, the premise is that you can escape 300 meters before I kill you. You can try." I wouldn't dare. Let's go." After saying that, Yi Chen released his control over him and asked him to lead the way. The two of them stepped into the air and flew away from the Fu residence. After they left, the group of people stared at each other, not knowing what to do. They thought there would be an earth-shattering battle between the two of them, but they did not expect this to happen. After a while, Fu Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. She looked blankly at the spot where the two of them disappeared and said, "Grandpa, where did Sage Yi and Elder Jean Quan go?" I vaguely heard Sage Yi asking Elder Jean Quan to bring him to the King Kong sect. Fu Haishan said with uncertainty. Everyone was stunned again when they heard that. They were shocked by Yi Chen's decision. That was the King Kong sect. There were quite a few people like Elder Jean Quan, not to mention the fact that there was a pseudo-emperor almighty. In the southern part of the Soul Burial Mountain Range, there was a place where cranes cried and spiritual energy was abundant. It was where the King Kong sect was located. The King Kong sect, within a radius of several hundred kilometers. There were 5 cities like Qingyang City. Although it was nothing in the entire Kunlun ruins and was not as huge as the 3 sects and 4 groups, a sect was still a sect after all. It was not something a martial Dao family like the Fu clan could compare to. At this moment, outside the King Kong sect's mountain gate, 2 figures flew over from afar and landed on the ground. One of them said with utmost respect, "Senior, this is the King Kong sect." Yi Chen took a good look at the mountain gate before him and said while squinting, "On the way here you said that there's a 1,000-year-old peach tree in the King Kong sect? The tree trunk even gave birth to spiritual consciousness? Not bad." Elder Jean Quan did not dare to hide anything and immediately said, truthfully, "That peach tree is said to have been planted by the founder of our Vajra sect. After 1,000 years, a mortal who eats a fruit can be cured of 100 diseases. However, it became a demon and was struck by lightning." Joy filled Yi Chen's eyes. "You were struck by lightning?" "That's right." Elder Jean Quan nodded repeatedly. The sect leader once guessed that the demonic soul in the peach tree attempted to transcend the tribulation and materialize, but it was not tolerated by the world. Therefore, the thunder tribulation descended to destroy it. Yi Chen said nothing, but his eyes were flickering. As he spoke, Elder Jean Quan led Yi Chen into the King Kong sect's mountain gate. The 2 master stage disciples who were in charge of guarding the mountain gate immediately said, respectfully, "Elder Jean Quan, who is this?" "Get lost. Do I need to introduce my esteemed guest to you?" Elder Jean Quan berated, venting all the displeasure that he had been suppressing in his heart. He spat at the 2 people's faces, and they shrunk their necks, saying that they did not dare to do so. How could Yi Chen not know what he was thinking? He pretended to be ignorant and said, "Bring me to the trunk of the 1,000-year-old peach tree that you mentioned first." "All right." Elder Jean Quan turned around and smiled. He led Yi Chen into the King Kong sect respectfully. It was obvious that he had changed from arrogance to respect. After the 2 of them walked far away, the person who was guarding the mountain gate earlier spat out a mouthful of saliva and said with a sneer, "Our Elder Jean Quan has really changed today. Could it be that the kid is his illegitimate child?" "Illegitimate child? Have you ever seen someone so respectful to an illegitimate child?" "I think Elder Jean Quan is that brat's illegitimate child." The other person chuckled. After Elder Jean Quan led Yi Chen into the King Kong sect, they saw pavilions, flying cranes, winding corridors, ponds, and fake mountains along the way. It gave people the illusion that it was a paradise. The 2 of them finally arrived at the foot of a mountain that was 300 meters tall. There were countless small mountains around it. From afar, it looked like a Buddha carrying a bright pearl. Elder Jean Quan was a step behind Yi Chen. A strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. "Senior, this is the place." Yi Chen frowned. "Where's the peach tree trunk that you mentioned?" At that moment, the mountain in front of him shook violently, as if it could collapse at any time. Subsequently, countless khaki-colored light spots shot out from the mountain peak. The light spots hovered above Yi Chen's head and gathered into the shadow of a pagoda peak. The light beam projected from the pagoda Peak suppressed Yi Qin on the spot. Meanwhile, Jin Quan was outside the light beam. Yi Chen slapped the khaki-colored barrier that trapped him, but he realized that all his strength was absorbed by the barrier. He immediately understood that it was a formation that extracted the soul of the mountain as the foundation of the formation. It could trap people, and no matter how much strength the trapped person exerted, the strength would be neutralized by the mountain peak that supported the formation. He could not help but raise his eyes and look at Elder Jin Quan indifferently. "How dare you lie to me?" "Ha ha ha." An extremely proud laughter came from Elder Jin Quan's mouth. "No matter how high your cultivation base is, you're still too young. I only used a small trick to suppress you here. Accept your fate." A mocking expression appeared at the corner of his lips. "The reason why my King Kong sect is called the King Kong sect is because there are a total of 9 golden peaks in the sect. They were teleported here by the founding ancestor of my King Kong sect. He even set up the Vajra spirit locking formation on them. Even a martial emperor can only wait for death if he's trapped inside." Anger flashed across Yi Chen's face. "So, does that mean that there's no 1,000-year-old peach tree trunk in your King Kong sect?" "I'm not lying to you," Elder Jin Quan chuckled. "My King Kong sect does have a 1,000-year-old peach tree trunk, but it's not here." "Humph, you're still thinking about the 1,000-year-old peach tree trunk even when you're about to die." At that moment, several figures flew over and landed beside Elder Jin Quan. These people were all martial venerables, and the leader was an old man in a red robe with his hair combed into a high bun. Elder Jin Quan hurriedly went over. "Sect Master." After the old man in the red robe took a good look at the scene, his gaze lingered on Yi Qin for a few seconds. Subsequently, he said in a deep voice, "Jin Quan, did you activate the formation?" "That's right, Sect Master. It was indeed me." Elder Jin Quan told him what happened immediately. Subsequently, he looked at Yi Chan in the formation with killing intent on his face. "Sect Master, elders, this person killed my disciple Zhao Yong and blasphemed my King Kong sect. I suggest that we activate the formation completely and kill him." Chapter 835. As his voice fell, an elder next to him immediately objected. "Nonsense. According to what you said, this brat is only at origin energy. How can he be qualified for us to use the sect guarding formation to deal with him?" "Elder Han is right." The other elder glanced at Yi Chen in disdain and said with a scoff, "This brat has stepped into origin energy at such a young age. I don't think he has the extra energy to cultivate any divinity or spells. Elder Jin Quan, an intermediate-level martial venerable, is actually no match for him. You've really embarrassed our King Kong sect. I suggest that we release this brat and let me kill him personally. Then we'll chop off his head and hang it on the city tower of Qingyang City to restore the dignity of our King Kong sect," another elder suggested. Elder Jin Quan's face alternated between green and white. When he heard someone suggest removing the formation, he could not help but stomp his feet and say, "No, Sect Master. I suspect that this brat is from a supreme sect. We can't underestimate him." The King Kong sect's Sect Master, Qifeng, squinted and looked at Yi Qin carefully. He knew Elder Jin Quan's ability. Since he could be captured so easily, he must be from a supreme sect with a deep inheritance. He looked at Yi Chen, who was in the formation, as he thought to this point, "Junior, I'll give you a chance. As long as you tell us which sect you're from, we might spare your life." "I'll give you guys a chance, too." Yi Chen smiled lightly when he met their gazes. "Remove the formation immediately and kill Jin Quan. Then give me 5 years of the King Kong sect's resources, and I'll spare your lives. Be **starred. How arrogant, Junior." "Sect Master, kill this person." All the elders outside the formation were furious when they heard that. Their King Kong sect had stood for 1,000 years, and they had never been looked down upon like this. the expression of the King Kong sect's sect master, Chi Shan, gradually turned cold. I don't care where you come from. Since you dare to look down on our King Kong sect, then leave your life here. Activate the formation and kill him. He waved his hand abruptly, and a few elders immediately threw a token into the air. As soon as the token rose into the air, it turned into a few light spots and landed on the shadow of the pagoda that was suppressing Yi Qin. Boom! The peak of the pagoda shook violently and subsequently descended rapidly. It smashed toward Yi Qin, who was on the ground like 5 mountains falling. The power was like a landslide. Even Qi Shan and the rest shuddered when they saw it. Brat, let's see if you can survive this. Elder Jean Quan revealed a cruel smile. I'll give you a chance. It's a pity that you don't cherish it. Yi Qin sighed softly and took a step forward. Subsequently, a golden fist energy shot through the sky like a golden sun landing on the ground. What is that? Jean Quan and the others were overwhelmed with shock. However, before they could react, they saw the golden fist force streak across the void and directly hit the shadow cast by the pagoda peak. Boom! At that moment, the entire Guardian King's sect shook violently, as if the ground was shaking. Everyone in the sect felt their feet sway, and they fell to the ground uncontrollably. Their faces were filled with shock. Someone screamed, "Oh no, the formation is about to break!" Elder Jean Quan and the others immediately looked over, only to see that when the golden fist force landed on the illusory barrier cast down by the pagoda peak, the illusory barrier faintly trembled, and a series of flashing water ripples appeared on it. The ripple grew larger and larger, as if it could not bear the weight. In the end, with a loud bang, it exploded, turning into streaks of extremely violent energy that swept in all directions. Bang, 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 under the terrifying energy impact, all the upper echelons of the King Kong sect, including Qi Shan, felt a huge force coming at them, and their bodies flew backward uncontrollably. Sect guarding formation? I don't think so. At the next moment, a figure that was like a dragon stepped out. Although the figure did not reveal his aura, his brows revealed an extremely arrogant and domineering aura. How is this possible? In the distance, Qi Shan and the rest looked at the figure in shock, especially Elder Jean Quan. At this moment, he looked as if he had seen a ghost and wanted to die. That was the King Kong sect's sect guarding formation. It had once killed a martial emperor, but now it could not even trap an origin energy cultivator? Stop him! Stop him! Qi Shan immediately reacted and shouted sternly. Subsequently, several martial venerable elders stepped out and charged at Yi Qin with killing intent. Die, brat! A bunch of trash! Yi Qin smirked coldly and grabbed a martial venerable elder who was charging at the front. He crushed him into a bloody mist on the spot. The rest of them were in disbelief when they saw that. Since when could an origin energy realm martial artist kill a martial venerable so easily? At that moment, Yi Qin had already charged over. At that moment, Qi Shan finally shouted in shock, "Quick! Get the Supreme Elder out of closed-door cultivation!" As soon as he finished speaking, bell chimes rang throughout the entire King Kong sect. The bell chimes rang out a total of 9 times. The King Kong sect had a Supreme Elder in charge. However, he was in closed-door cultivation all year round. Even the sect master could not meet him. Only by ringing the King Kong bell could he hear him. 9 rings meant that the King Kong sect was in danger of being destroyed. When the surrounding forces heard the bell, many powerhouses were shocked. What happened to the King Kong sect? They actually rang the bell 9 times. Almost at the moment the 9th bell rang, a ray of green light suddenly bloomed from the highest peak of the King Kong sect. Subsequently, a long-haired old man flew over from within the green light. Patriarch! Patriarch! At that moment, all the King Kong sect disciples bowed to the old man. Even Qi Shan, The sect master of the King Kong sect was no exception. Even Yi Qin lifted his head slowly to look at him. The old man looked down at everyone from above. His gaze finally landed on Qishan and the rest. "Why did you ring the bell?" Jean Quan pointed at Yi Qin and cried first, "Patriarch, this brat killed his way into our King Kong sect and wants to destroy it. We're useless. We really can't stop him." As his voice fell, the King Kong sect's patriarch could not help but look at Yi Qin with a sharp gaze. Subsequently, he frowned secretly because he realized that, as a pseudo-emperor, he could not see through Yi Qin's cultivation base. There seemed to be only two possibilities for such a situation. One was that Yi Qin was an ordinary person, and the other was that his cultivation base was higher than his. If the other party was an ordinary person, how could Qishan and the other martial venerables not be able to stop him? Our emperor stage. An extremely terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Right at this moment, Elder Jean Quan, who was kneeling on the ground, added fuel to the fire. "Patriarch, this brat is really lawless and arrogant. He threatened to destroy our King Kong sect, and even said that the Patriarch is a piece of trash in his eyes. He only wanted to anger the King Kong sect's Patriarch. However, in the next moment he was dumbfounded. After the King Kong sect's Patriarch restrained his aura, he rushed to Yi Qin and bowed respectfully. Junior Jean, Chongwu greets Senior." Chapter 836. This sudden scene stunned everyone. No one expected the King Kong sect's Patriarch to have such a reaction. Elder Jean Quan could not believe his eyes and stammered, "Patriarch, what's wrong with you?" Qishan and the rest were so shocked that they could not speak. ***, shut up. Hearing Elder Jean Quan's words, the ancestor of the King Kong sect suddenly raised his head and looked over. A voice that was like muffled thunder immediately exploded in the other party's mind, causing Elder Jean Quan to vomit blood and all of his teeth to fall out. Subsequently, the Patriarch turned around to look at Yi Qin again and said in fear and trepidation, "I wonder how my King Kong sect offended you, Senior. Please tell me. I'll definitely give you an explanation." Yi Qin looked at him with a forced smile. He did not expect this guy before him to be so smart. He could tell that he was more powerful than him at a glance and came up to take his punishment. The other party's humble attitude eased the killing intent in his heart. He pointed at Elder Jean Quan and said, "You can ask this person about this." "Trash, get over here." The King Kong sect's Patriarch stretched out his hand and suddenly grabbed Elder Jean Quan. He ignored the other party's resistance and grabbed him over. "Speak. If you dare to hide anything, I'll kill you right now." No matter how stupid Elder Jean Quan was, he also realized the seriousness of the matter. After a shudder, he stuttered and told the whole story in full detail. In reality, there was nothing wrong with what he said. Yi Qin killed Zhao Yong, so Zhao Yong deserved it. However, Yi Qin forced the Patriarch of Jean Quan to bring him to the King Kong sect. That confused them. Yi Qin smiled lightly. "The reason why I came to the King Kong sect is because I heard that your sect has a complete map of the Kunlun ruins. That's why I got this person to lead the way. I didn't expect this person to use your sect's formation to suppress me." As his voice fell, all the upper echelons, including the King Kong sect, were stunned. They did not expect Yi Qin to do that. The most furious ones were none other than Qishan and the other upper echelons of the King Kong sect. They glared at Elder Jean Quan. "Jean Quan, you deserve to die." I didn't know either. Elder Jean Quan wanted to cry, but had no tears. The King Kong sect's Patriarch instructed, "Qishan, go personally and retrieve the complete map of the Kunlun ruins from our sect." "Yes." Qishan received the order and left. Elder Jean Quan seemed to have realized something and immediately begged for mercy. "Patriarch, Senior Yi, spare me! Spare me!" However, Yi Qin's expression was cold. How could the Patriarch of the King Kong sect not know what he meant? He grabbed Elder Jean Quan's hand and exerted a little force, causing a mist of blood to erupt from his hand. Elder Jean Quan died on the spot. The surrounding people all lowered their heads. At this moment, Qi Shan walked over with a wrapped map and presented it respectfully. Senior, this is the complete map of the Kunlun ruins in our King Kong sect. Please take a look. Yi Chen took it and scanned it with his divine consciousness. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with it, he put it away in his storage ring. This scene was even more unfathomable to the King Kong sect elders and the others, especially to the King Kong sect's patriarch. Yi Chen must have something in the Sumeru mustard space. At his age, the King Kong sect's patriarch immediately said carefully, Senior, I wonder if you're satisfied with my treatment? However, Yi Chen smirked coldly. His gaze landed on Qi Shan, the sect master of the King Kong sect. Do you still remember what I said? It's not impossible for me to let this matter go. I heard that your King Kong sect has a 1,000-year-old peach tree trunk. Hand it over and 5 years of your sect's resources. As his voice fell, everyone was instantly shocked, and a hint of anger flashed faintly in their eyes. Even the patriarch of the King Kong sect was no exception. Yi Chen was asking for too much. The 1,000-year-old peach tree trunk was fine. After all, it was useless to the King Kong sect. However, 5 years of the sect's resources was equivalent to taking their lives. The King Kong sect governed 5 cities, and there was no lack of origin stone veins in their territory. Origin stones were necessary for martial artists to cultivate, and the annual production was close to 10,000. In 5 years, it would be 50,000. This was a considerable amount of wealth for the 3 sects and 4 groups. Yi Chen saw everyone's reaction, and his expression turned grim. Why? Are you guys unwilling? He did not sympathize with the King Kong sect at all, nor did he think that he had done anything wrong. If he did not have the strength, how could he have walked out of the formation alive? If he was not strong enough, why would the King Kong sect's patriarch be so respectful to him? To put it bluntly, the strong were respected, and the bigger fist was the hard truth. In the cultivation world, it was common for mighty cultivators to exterminate the ancestors of cultivation sects that they had no grudges with for a little bit of resources. Sensing the coldness in Yi Chen's tone, the King Kong sect's patriarch nodded after taking a deep breath in. I'm willing. Please follow me, Senior. He led Yi Chen to the King Kong sect's treasure vault after saying that. After opening it himself, he saw a mountain of origin stones, as well as various spirit medicines and precious materials. There were even 2 precious medicines that the King Kong sect had kept for 1,000 years. However, these things had nothing to do with them after they entered Yi Chen's sight. Under the King Kong sect's patriarch's pained expression, Yi Chen took away the things that were useful to him one by one. Meanwhile, Qi Shan ordered someone to carry the trunk of the 1,000-year-old peach tree over. Although it was called a trunk, it was actually less than 3 meters long. It was covered in lightning marks. Yi Chen took the trunk and secretly channeled some spiritual power into it. As soon as the spiritual power entered, it was destroyed by an extremely violent lightning power. Not bad. He nodded in satisfaction. Even when facing the 2,000-year-old herbs, he was not so happy. The so-called 1,000-year-old peach tree trunk in front of him was actually a 1,000-year-old lightning-struck wood. It was perfect for refining golden core magic treasures. Senior, what do you think? The King Kong sect's patriarch's face twitched as he probed carefully. He was close to crying and asking Yi Chen to leave with the things. Yi Chen glanced at him. Zhao Yong died in my hands. I hope you guys won't vent your anger on the Fu family. Otherwise, I won't be as nice as I am today the next time I come. Nice? You almost emptied my King Kong sect's treasure vault. The patriarch's heart was bleeding, but he still forced a smile and said, Senior, don't worry. I'll appoint the Fu family to take over Qingyang City, and let the Fu family take over the position of city governor. That couldn't be better. Yi Chen left on a long rainbow. Not long after he left, the King Kong sect master, Chishan, could not help but ask, "Patriarch, who exactly is this person? Even you, bastard." The Diamond Sect's patriarch slapped him to the ground. "You bunch of good-for-nothings who can't do anything right. You almost brought disaster to my Diamond Sect. He's an Emperor stage cultivator." What? Chishan and the rest were shocked to death when they heard that. This person must be a true disciple of a supreme sect or a mysterious sect or an old monster. The King Kong sect's patriarch roared into the sky. Shameless, simply shameless. A martial emperor actually lowered his status to extort my King Kong sect and even borrowed the map? Excuses, it's purely excuses. P.S. Chapter 4, today's update is over. We'll continue tomorrow. Please vote monthly and recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 837. Yi Qin did not hear the King Kong sect's patriarch's roar. However, the King Kong sect's patriarch had wronged him. He had gone to the King Kong sect to obtain a complete map of the Kunlun ruins. The reason why he had extorted the King Kong sect was because of Elder Jean Quan and the upper echelons of the sect. Kunlun ruins, the sky is round and the earth is square. After leaving the King Kong sect, Yi Qin looked at the map that the King Kong sect sent him quietly and nodded to himself. It's indeed a small world that's been created. His gaze landed on the map. There were densely packed red dots on it, including cities, sects, mountains, and seas. Those big red dots were the 3 sects for groups and other supreme sections. According to Fu Haishan's explanation, the forces in the Kunlun ruins were roughly divided into 1 mountain, 2 religions, 3 sects for groups, and 12 ancient clans. One of the mountains was Purple Cap Mountain. It was located in the depths of the Soul Burial Mountain range and was the highest place in the entire Kunlun ruins. This place was surrounded by purple energy all year round and was known as the forbidden area of the Kunlun ruins. No one could enter it. Even the people from the 3 sects and 4 groups were no exception. The 2 sects were the Corpse Sect and the Witchcraft Sect. The 3 sects were the Sword Sect, the Spirit Talisman Sect, and the Star Sect. The 4 groups were the Tao Sect, the Buddha Sect, the Devil Sect, and the Ghoul Sect. As for the 12 ancient clans, they were the 5 ancient clans that had invaded the secular world, including the Shao clan and Bai clan, as well as the few ancient clans that Luo Shuiyao and Tang Jianfeng were from. Among them, the 2 religions, 3 sects, and 4 groups were the strongest, followed by the 12 ancient clans. Below them were small sects like the King Kong sect. The Sword Sect is at least 10,000 kilometers away from here, and we have to pass through the dangerous, boundless, chaotic ocean on the way. Even with my golden core true essence, it will take me a day to get there with my daughter flying without rest. Yi Qin secretly frowned. The 12 ancient clans are only 5,000 kilometers away from here. I can get there in half a day. At that moment, a familiar voice came from afar. "Sage, how are you?" Yi Qin lifted his head and saw 3 people sitting on a crane that was almost 5 to 6 meters tall. It was Fu Haishan and the other 2. Yi Qin was surprised. "Why are you guys here?" The crane stopped beside him. After the 3 landed, Fu Haishan said with a smile, "Sage, my grandfather was worried about you, so he wanted to come and take a look." Fu Haishan said, "Sage, did you get the map?" Yi Qin smiled lightly. "I got it." Fu Shaochen was shocked at first, and then he said in disbelief, You really went to the King Kong sect? The Vajra sect let you go just like that?" On the other hand, Fu Haishan and Fu Qingqing were also sizing Yi Qin up carefully. They seemed to be checking if he was injured. After all, Yi Qin had killed people from the King Kong sect and dared to go to the King Kong sect. To them, this was no different from walking into a trap. Of course, a smile appeared at the corner of Yi Qin's lips when he met their doubtful gazes. The King Kong sect is very hospitable. Not only did they give me a map, but they also gave me many things. Hearing this, the 3 of them were dumbfounded. They knew the King Kong sect the best. although it could not be compared to the 3 sects and 4 groups. To martial Tao families like them, it was no different from an emperor. Now Yi Chen said that it was hospitable. Fu Haishan took a good look at him. He was even more certain that Yi Chen came from a supreme sect. Otherwise, why would the King Kong sect let him out unscathed? Master, right at this moment, another crane flew over from afar. An old man descended from it and said excitedly, Master, the young mistress is back. What? That girl Autumn Cicada is back? The 3 of them could not help but be overjoyed. Fu Shaochen leaped onto the crane's back without hesitation. Let's go back quickly. It's rare for Autumn Cicada to come back. Something must have happened. Sage, why don't you come back with me to meet that girl? Fu Haishan suddenly looked at Yi Chen and said while smiling, To be honest, Autumn Cicada joined the star sect of the 3 sects and 4 groups more than 10 years ago. She might have a more complete map of the Kunlun ruins. Yi Chen was about to reject her when he heard the words star sect. He suddenly recalled that the map showed that the star sect was not far from the sword sect. He could ask the young mistress of the Fu family about Wushuang. He immediately nodded and said, That's good too. Qingyang City, the Fu residence. At this moment, the Fu residence was extremely lively because the young mistress of the Fu family had returned. Many people in the Fu family did not know much about this young mistress, and some had never even seen her before. However, the only thing they knew was that the young mistress had entered a supreme sect since she was young, and her future was limitless. After Fu Haishan led Yi Chen in, he saw a woman in a blue palace dress sitting in the living room. The woman had pretty facial features and a heroic face. Coupled with her long hair that draped over her shoulders, she exuded a refined aura. There were a few young men and women beside her. They all had outstanding temperaments and were brimming with energy. When they looked at the Fu family, there was a hint of arrogance in their eyes. Clearly, they had come with the woman. Autumn Cicada, sister. Fu Haishan and the other 2 immediately went up to her with extremely excited expressions. Among them, Fu Qingqing even hugged the woman's arm and acted coquettishly, expressing her longing for her. After they were done catching up, Fu Haishan immediately ordered people to prepare a banquet. It was only then that he remembered Yi Chen, who was next to him. He said while smiling apologetically, Little Chiu, let me introduce you. This is Seiji, Origin Energy. Seiji, this is my granddaughter, Fu Qiu-chan. As soon as he said that, everyone in the hall turned to look at Yi Chen and his daughter. Even Fu Qiu-chan was no exception. Everyone looked down on Yi Chen when they saw that he had an ordinary appearance and was dressed rather differently. Instead, they took a second look at the cute little girl in his arms. They felt that the little girl looked extremely exquisite and cute. A young man in white next to Fu Qiu-chan had an arrogant expression. Old Master Fu, are you sure this brother Yi is an origin energy sage? Don't be fooled by someone. Fu Qiu-chan nodded, slightly as well. Before Fu Haishan could speak, Fu Qingqing spoke up for Yi Chen first. Sister, don't underestimate Seiji. Even Elder Jin Quan from the King Kong sect is no match for Seiji. Elder Jin Quan? Fu Qiu-chan frowned slightly as if she had thought of something. She asked uncertainly, Is it the intermediate level martial, venerable Elder Jin Quan from the King Kong sect? Yes, that's him. Fu Qingqing nodded repeatedly. Fu Qiu-chan took another look at Yi Chen when she heard that. She nodded and said, If that's the case, you must be at Origin Energy too. You're worthy of being called a sage. King Kong sect? It's just a third-rate sect. The young man from before sneered again. How can a sect like this compare to our star sect in terms of foundation or aptitude? It's not surprising that it can defeat an elder from a third-rate sect. The junior brothers and sisters here can do the same. Chapter 838. Senior brother Yu Kuin is right. An elder of a third-rate sect might not even be able to become an inner sect disciple in our star sect. At the end of the day, the people of the outside world are too ignorant as soon as the youth surnamed Yu finished speaking, he immediately received the support of the people beside him. His tone was filled with pride. Yi Chen did not mind. Fu Haishan's lips moved slightly. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, he swallowed it back. He knew that these people were from the same sect as Fu Qiuchan. As disciples of the Star Sect, it was normal for them to look down on small sects and even independent cultivators. Thinking to this point, he immediately changed the topic. By the way, Chan, why did you suddenly come back this time? Why didn't you let your father and I prepare ourselves beforehand? It could be said that once one entered a supreme sect like the 3 sects and 4 groups, it was equivalent to cutting off all ties with the mortal world and wholeheartedly cultivating. Therefore, they could understand why Fu Qiuchan had only returned 2 or 3 times in the past 10 years. Grandpa. Fu Qiuchan opened her red lips and said, "This time, the Shao clan's patriarch of the 12 ancient clans is celebrating his 200th birthday and has sent out invitations. Therefore, the sect has ordered us to represent the sect to congratulate him." The 3 sects and 4 groups were supreme sects in the Kunlun ruins, and below them were the 12 ancient clans. These ancient clans had been passed down for more than 1,000 years. Although their foundations could not compare to the 3 sects and 4 groups, if they were united, their strength could not be underestimated. The Shao clan's patriarch is celebrating his birthday? Fu Haishan and the rest were shocked when they heard that. They immediately asked, "When is our Fu clan going to send someone over?" What they did not notice was that a gleam flashed through Yi Chen's eyes when he heard the words Shao clan. He clearly remembered that the last time the Shao clan's patriarch entered the world, he had forced him to self-destruct his body. Only his soul had escaped. How long had it been since then? "It'll be in 3 days." Fu Qiuchan did not hide anything and said, "As for my Fu clan, don't participate. I passed by Qingyang City this time and thought that it's been a long time since I've returned home. So I stopped for a while and will set off on the same day." Fu Haishan was a little disappointed. At this moment, Fu Qiuchan turned to look at Fu Qingqing, whose face was filled with reluctance, and said with a smile, "By the way, Qingqing, go pack up. After dinner, come with me. After the Shao clan's birthday celebration, you'll come with me to the Star Sect to cultivate. Sister, I can also join the Star Sect?" Fu Qingqing's face was filled with disbelief. Entering the 3 sects and 4 groups had always been her dream, but she still knew that there was a gap between her aptitude and Fu Qiuchan's. She did not expect Fu Qiuchan to take the initiative to mention it. "Chan, isn't the Star Sect extremely strict in accepting disciples? How come now?" Fu Haishan and Fu Shaoqin were equally shocked. "Old Master Fu, you have no idea." At this moment, the white-clothed young man beside Fu Qiuchan, Yu Kuin, smiled faintly. "Junior Sister Qiuchan has shown brilliantly in our Star Sect's inner disciple competition and obtained first place. She has caught the attention of the elder. As long as Junior Sister Qiuchan steps into the peak martial, venerable stage, she can hold the apprenticeship ceremony and be promoted to a true disciple." As he spoke to this point, he glanced at Yi Chen as if he was provoking him. "In my Star Sect, there are 7 true disciples. The lowest requirement is a peak martial, venerable. It's possible for a true disciple to recruit 1 or 2 outsiders." "Great, great." Fu Haishan and Fu Shaoqin were extremely excited. They turned to the stunned Fu Qingqing and said, "Silly girl, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and pack up." Only then did Fu Qingqing return to her senses. She immediately went to pack her luggage in high spirits. Yi Chen ignored Yu Kuin's provocative gaze. He was only a peak martial, venerable. In his eyes, he was no different from an ant. What surprised him was that a peak martial venerable could only be a true disciple in the Star Sect. If he was in the secular world, he would be a feudal lord. Thinking to this point, he raised his head to look at Fu Qiuchan. "Ms. Fu, I heard that you guys are going to the Shao clan to celebrate your birthday. I wonder if I can go with you? What are you going to do? Fu Qiuchan frowned slightly. Yi Chen said extremely calmly, I'm not familiar with the Kunlun ruins and have little knowledge. I'd like to experience this. Yu Kuan, who was beside Fu Qiuchan, subconsciously wanted to reject, but Fu Haishan spoke first. Qiuchan, since Seiji is interested, bring him along. You can take care of him on the way. Take care of him? It's not certain who will take care of who, Yu Kuan said in a strange tone. Yu Kuan said sarcastically. He had always been hostile to Yi Chen because he had always regarded Fu Qiuchan as his exclusive property. He would not let any stranger get close to her. Fu Qiuchan's eyes flickered a few times as if she was thinking. She only looked at Yi Chen a few seconds later. It's not impossible for us to bring you along, but you have to listen to our orders on the way. You can't act rashly. Otherwise, we won't be able to protect you if anything happens. The reason why she agreed was because she felt that Yi Chen's background was unknown. She would not be at ease if she let him stay in the Fu residence. Listen to your orders? Yi Chen was a little stunned, sure. Seeing that it was already done, Yu Kuan could not insist anymore. He secretly made up his mind to get Yi Chen to scram once they arrived at the Shao residence. After an extremely sumptuous banquet, Fu Qiuchan walked out of the Fu residence under the escort of Fu Haishan and the rest. Fu Shaoqin reminded worriedly, Qingqing, you must listen to your sister on the way. It's the same even when you arrive at the Star Sect. Father, grandfather, I got it. Fu Qingqing stuck out her tongue, her brows filled with excitement. She was looking forward to the vast world outside. Yu Kuan whistled. Under the shocked gazes of Fu Haishan and the rest, an enormous demonic beast that was more than 10 meters in size flapped its wings and flew over. It looked like a bat, but its eyes could distinguish objects. On it was a small house that looked like a palace. It was extremely spacious and could accommodate 20 people. Yu Kuan seemed to be showing off as he said, This is the transportation tool that our Star Sect specially raises, the green bat beast. Its combat strength is equivalent to a martial venerable. He glanced at Yi Chen secretly after saying that, trying to see any expression on Yi Chen's face. However, to his disappointment, Yi Chen remained extremely calm from the beginning to the end. Fu Haishan and the rest became even more respectful towards the Star Sect when they heard that. Such a demonic beast was enough to destroy the entire Qingyang city, but it was willing to be raised and controlled by the Star Sect. Let's go. After bidding farewell to Fu Haishan and the rest, Fu Qiuchan grabbed Fu Qingqing and leaped onto the green bat beast. The rest followed suit. Yi Chen was the last to go. Under the gaze of everyone in Qingyang City, the green bat beast spread its wings and flew towards the southeast, like a giant beast that covered the sky. It was extremely stable, and it traveled 300 meters in the blink of an eye. Fu Qingqing had never experienced such a scene before. She sat next to Yi Chen and held his arm tightly as she exclaimed. Yi Chen shook his head without knowing whether to laugh or cry. However, his eyes were flickering. Shao Clan, I'm here. Chapter 839. Although the green bat beast's flying speed was not slow, it would stop every half a day. Fu Qiuchan and the rest would rest and take out medicinal pills to feed the green bat beast. The group walked and stopped. The Star Sect attire on Fu Qiuchan and the rest was extremely eye-catching, and they were inner sect disciples. Therefore, every time they passed by a city or a small sect, the city governor or sect master would greet them from afar and give them many things, such as origin stones. As a result, the group of Star Sect disciples earned a lot. Yi Chen once again witnessed the status of the supreme sects like the 3 sects and 4 groups in the Kunlun ruins. The Star Sect is already like this? What about the Sword Sect? Thinking to this point, he could not help but glance at Fu Qiuchan and say intentionally or unintentionally, Ms. Fu, do you know anything about the Sword Sect? Yu Kuan said coldly, Why are you asking this? He had been secretly wary of Yi Qin because he did not want Yi Qin to have a chance to talk to Fu Qiuqian. Yi Qin said calmly, "I heard that the sword sect is known as the #1 sect in the Kunlun ruins, so I admire it." In reality, the one mountain, 2 religions, 3 sects, and 4 groups did not have a specific ranking in the Kunlun ruins. It was mainly because these supreme sects had unfathomable foundations, and they did not dare to say that they knew each other well. The reason why Yi Qin deliberately said that the sword sect was known as the #1 sect in the Kunlun ruins was to provoke the star sect disciples before him. As expected, as soon as he finished speaking, a young man beside Fu Qiuqian sneered. "The sword sect is known as the #1 sect in the Kunlun ruins? What a bunch of nonsense. What does the person who spoke think of our star sect?" "That's right," Yu Kuin said proudly. "The sword sect has 9 sword sons, and our star sect also has 7 true disciples. The sword sect's 9 sword peak masters are all pseudo-emperor almighties. Our star sect also has 7 pseudo-emperor peak masters: Dubhi-Merak, Fekta, Migraz, Alioth, Mizar, and Alkaid. I only heard about it. Perhaps they don't know about it." Yi Qin snickered secretly. "These people are too young after all." Another person said coldly, "I think the person who spoke those words to you is surely a member of the sword sect. These fellows have always been extremely arrogant because of their identity as sword cultivators, and they never take the members of other sects seriously." Yi Qin was speechless at that moment. He thought to himself that this group of star sect disciples was quite fun. They kindly explained the situation to him. However, he also learned a lot from these few sentences. The most obvious thing was that the sword sect and star sect didn't seem to be on good terms. Yi Qin asked again, "In your opinion, where does the sword sect rank among these supreme sects?" Everyone was speechless. "Third." Fu Qiuqian, who had been silent all this while, slowly said, "Ranked first is Purple Cat Mountain. Although Purple Cat Mountain never interacts with the outside world and doesn't have many people, it's the most mysterious." Everyone nodded in agreement. Fu Qiuqian continued, "The second place is the Dao sect of the 4 sections. The people of the Dao sect are all perfected cultivators. Their system is different from us martial artists, and they use more mystical abilities and spells. As for the sword sect," she paused for a moment and said with a frown, "this sect is rather special because the people of the sword sect are all sword cultivators. Not only can they fly on their swords, but they can also control their flying swords to take the enemy's head from 1,000 meters away. It's not an exaggeration to say that they're extremely domineering. Qiuqian, our star sect can also use the power of the stars to transform into mystical abilities and spells." Yu Kuin seemed to be dissatisfied with her ranking. "Senior brother Yu, let me finish first." Fu Qiuqian shook her head and said, "Don't forget that the sword sect has a saying that has spread throughout the entire Kunlun ruins. It's that acquired stage kills innate stage. Innate stage kills martial venerable. Martial venerable kills pseudo-emperor. Pseudo-emperor kills emperor stage." Yu Kuin's expression changed slightly, and he did not say anything else. The others also revealed unnatural expressions. Obviously, they had heard the second half of Fu Qiuqian's words. The people of the sword sect cultivated the sword and believed in killing people above their level. Acquired stage martial artists dared to kill grandmaster powerhouses, and grandmaster powerhouses dared to kill martial venerables. In short, the people of this sect were all lunatics. They kept saying things like, "I sacrifice my blood for the emperor. As long as the person lives, the sword lives, and if the person dies, the sword dies." Other than the witchcraft sect, the people of the Kunlun ruins did not dare to offend with the people of the sword sect. Yi Qin secretly extracted the information that was useful to him and said, "Have you heard of Yi?" just as he was about to ask Fu Qiuqian and the rest if they knew about Yi Wushuang. The flying green bat beast suddenly stopped. Fu Qingqing asked, "Sister, why did you suddenly stop?" "Someone's coming." Yu Kuin stood up from the green bat beast's back, and his gaze shot straight towards the southern horizon, where a huge black shadow was faintly sweeping over. The black shadow was like a huge palanquin. It flickered with a dazzling green glow as it swiftly flew over. Fu Qiuqian recognized it at a glance. It's someone from the Spirit Talisman sect. Everyone was shocked. After all, the Spirit Talisman sect was also one of the 3 sects and 4 groups. Its strength was not weaker than the Star sect. As they spoke, the palanquin had already arrived in front of everyone. A laugh slowly came from it. I didn't expect to meet Junior Sister Qiuqian of the Star sect here. In the next moment, a young man in a dragon costume walked over with a few people following behind him. So, it's Senior Brother Wei Tong from the Spirit Talisman sect. Fu Qiuqian immediately brought her people over and bowed gracefully. Senior Brother Wei, are you also going to attend the Shao clan's birthday celebration? That's right. Wei Tong took a good look at everyone. His gaze lingered on Yi Chen, his daughter, and Fu Qingqing for a few seconds before he said, while smiling, Junior Sister Fu, why don't you enter the Spirit Talisman sect's spirit boat? Only then did everyone see the transportation tool that looked like a palanquin behind him. They realized that there were many formations inlaid on it, and they could not help but sigh inwardly, as expected of the Spirit Talisman sect. Before Fu Qiuqian could speak, Yu Kuin rejected first. No need, we have enough seats here. Wei Tong was not angry. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly looked towards the northern horizon and saw several sword gleams speeding over. The leading sword gleam flew the fastest. It tore through the wind and waves, forming a green sword shadow around it. From afar, it looked like an azure dragon flying in the sky. It's the people from the Sword sect. At this moment, regardless of whether it was Wei Tong from the Spirit Talisman sect or Fu Qiuqian and the rest from the Star sect, their expressions slowly turned grim. Even though they had been vaguely unconvinced by the people from the Sword sect earlier, if they really encountered them, they had no choice but to take them seriously. Is the Sword sect here too? Yi Chen was secretly looking forward to it. He then spread his divine consciousness towards the sword gleams, as if he wanted to check if Yi Wushuang was among them. However, to his disappointment, the figures of the 4 sword gleams were all unfamiliar faces. As the sword gleams approached from afar, a maniacal laughter could be heard. Since when did the Spirit Talisman sect and the Star sect get together? Could it be a conspiracy? Recommending the Urban Guru, Shi Xinshu. Chapter 840. Those words were so unpleasant to hear. The expressions of Wei Tong, Fu Qiuqian, and the rest immediately darkened. Yu Kuin smiled coldly. The people from the Sword sect are really as arrogant and despotic as the rumors say. Immediately after, the sword lights disappeared and were replaced by 4 men in purple robes. Each of them did not hide the sword intent that they released. The person in the lead was a young man with an indifferent expression. His sword intent was like a flood, and there was one imprinted on his chest that was especially eye-catching. Wei Tong's gaze stopped on his chest for a few seconds. His pupils constricted as he said, You're Wang Yan from the Sword sect's first peak. It is unexpected that there are actually people who know my name. Wang Yan indifferently glanced at the crowd. His brows were filled with arrogance. As his voice fell, Fu Qiuqian and the others were shocked. They were surprised that the other party was from the Sword sect's first peak, and they were also surprised that the other party was the number 1 inner court disciple of the Sword sect, Wang Yan. It was common knowledge that the Sword sect had a total of 9 peaks, and the first peak was the strongest. All the past sect masters of the Sword sect had come from the first peak. The resources and reserves of the other 8 peaks had gradually weakened, and they were far inferior to the first peak. Yet now, the Sword sect had actually sent someone from the first peak for a mere Shao clan's birthday celebration. Moreover, it was the number 1 inner court disciple of the first peak. So how could they not be surprised? Fu Qiu-chan said thoughtfully, Senior Brother Wang, hasn't your sect always been at odds with the 12 ancient clans? Why would he attend the Shao family's birthday celebration? Very simple. A smile appeared on the corners of Wang Yan's mouth. Because the Shao clan by clan and the other 4 great ancient clans have already submitted to my sword sect a few months ago. Since you're a member of my sword sect, it's most suitable for my sword sect to participate in your birthday celebration, right? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Besides the 1 mountain, 2 religions, 3 sects, and 4 groups, the 12 ancient clans were the strongest. Now, nearly half of the forces in the 12 ancient clans had submitted to the sword sect. So didn't that mean that the sword sect's strength had risen explosively, ahead of the other sects? Let's go. Wei Tong was truly shocked by this news. With a wave of his hand, he brought his men back to the spirit boat and steered it towards the distance. Your means of transportation are truly too inferior. It can't compare to the speed of my sword sect's sword control technique. Wang Yan seemed to smile disdainfully. He rode on the sword light and followed, overtaking the Spirit Talisman sect's spirit boat in the blink of an eye. Yu Kuin was so angry that his face turned pale. Junior Sister Fu, look at this guy with the surname Wang. He's so arrogant that he's almost looking down on people with his nose. Senior Brother Yu, why do you have to be angry with him? The 3 sects and 4 schools each have their own specialties. They are just mere means of transportation. Fu Qiu-chan, on the other hand, looked indifferent. Let's go. With that, the green bat beast flapped its wings again and chased after the people from the Spirit Talisman sect. Yi Chen's eyes were fixed on the few sword gleams at the front. He wanted to seize the opportunity to ask Wang Yan about Yi Wushuang earlier. However, Wang Yan had left too quickly, so there was no chance at all. After the incident with Wang Yan, the expressions of the people from the Star sect turned ugly, and they blamed the sword sect. Yi Chen glanced at Fu Qiu-chan and said at the right time, Ms. Fu, I heard that there's someone from the sword sect called Yi Wushuang. I wonder how he compares to Wang Yan earlier? The moment he spoke, everyone could not help but look at him. Their gazes were very strange, as if they were looking at an idiot. In the end, Fu Qiu-chan shook her head and said, Since you know Yi Wushuang, why would you ask such a question? Is Yi Wushuang more powerful than Wang Yan? Yi Chen said, He's more than powerful. Yu Kuin smirked coldly. Although Wang Yan is the #1 inner disciple of the first peak and a peak martial venerable at the same time, he's nothing in front of Yi Wushuang. At this point, he seemed to have thought of something and chuckled. I heard that Wang Yan was almost killed by Yi Wushuang with a single strike. Otherwise, how could he be so arrogant if the sword son of the first peak made a move? Brother Yu, is this Yi Wushuang that powerful? Fu Qingqing could not help but ask, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. The scene of Wang Yan and the rest riding on sword gleams had shocked her. She had thought that Wang Yan was already very powerful in the sword sect, but she did not expect Yi Wushuang to be even more powerful than him. Of course he's powerful. Fu Qiu-chan explained patiently. The sword sect has a total of 9 peaks, and each peak has a sword son. The sword son is equivalent to the true disciple of our star sect, and the future successor of the sect is chosen from these people. Their status is second only to the elders. For example, even Wang Yan from earlier had to bow respectfully in front of the sword son. He didn't dare to be disrespectful at all. At this point, she seemed to be admiring him, and this Yi Wushuang is a disciple of the sword sect's 9th peak. It said that this person has grown from an ordinary disciple to a sword son in less than half a year after joining the sword sect. He displayed incomparably terrifying talent and even suppressed the sword sons of the 7 peaks in one go. Wow! Fu Qingqing cried out in surprise, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. This Yi Wushuang actually suppressed 7 sword sons. It's very shocking, isn't it? Fu Qiu-chan saw her expression and was not surprised at all. In fact, when the news about Yi Wuxuang spread throughout the Kunlun ruins, countless sects and forces were shocked. Even she was no exception. At one point, she had set Yi Wuxuang as her lifelong goal to surpass. Let me tell you something that will shock you even more. Fu Qiuchan paused for a moment and said slowly, in fact, ever since the Sword Peak's ninth peak master died 20 years ago, the Sword Peak has been without a leader. This caused the ninth peak status in the Sword Peak to plummet. In the end, it was even reduced to the point where it was almost disqualified. In the past 20 years, the ninth peak has been unable to recruit new disciples every year. A portion of the old disciples have left to join the other 8 peaks for the sake of their future. In the end, there are less than 10 living people in the ninth peak. She took a deep breath in and said, right at this moment, an elder of the ninth peak brought a young man back from outside. When the other 8 peaks saw the ninth peak as a joke, this young man was found to possess one of the 10 great sword physiques, the indestructible sword physique. When the news spread, the entire sword sect was shaken. Even the sword sect master personally came out of closed-door cultivation to meet this young man. The first peak to the 8th peak even made a huge promise to recruit this kid. Yu Kun took over the topic and said, everyone thought that this kid would leave the ninth peak. Even the elders of the ninth peak felt that the ninth peak did not have the resources to nurture him and advised him to go to the first peak. However, this kid refused and was willing to stay in the ninth peak. At this point, even he could not help but reveal a look of admiration. His refusal caused the first peak to the 8th peak to view him as an enemy, and they even suppressed the ninth peak. However, even so, they were unable to stop this young man's rise. In just half a year, this kid rose from the desolate ninth peak. All the disciples who went to challenge the ninth peak were defeated by him. In the end, the 2nd peak to the 8th peak even sent sword sons to challenge him. However, these so-called sword sons were still no match for him. The 7 sword sons of the 7 peaks joined forces, but they were still suppressed by this young man on the spot. Everyone present was shocked when they heard that. What they did not notice was that Yi Qin clenched his daughter's hand tightly. His eyes were filled with pride. Fu Qingqing's beautiful eyes lit up. Sister, doesn't that mean that Yi Wuxuang is the #1 sword son in the sword sect? No. Fu Qiuchan and Yu Kun shook their heads. Fu Qiuchan sighed softly and said, I told you earlier that the sword sect has a total of 9 peaks. The first peak is the strongest, and the sword sons suppressed by Yi Wuxuang are from the 2nd peak to the 8th peak. Apart from the sect master, the most mysterious person in the sword sect is the sword son of the 1st peak, Su Qilin. This person has suppressed the younger generation of the sword sect for 20 years. That's right. Yu Kun nodded. Therefore, the #1 person in the younger generation of the sword sect is the sword son of the sword peak's 1st peak, Su Qilin. After Yi Wuxuang suppressed the sword sons of the 7th peak, this sword son of the 1st peak finally made a move. And then, tell me quickly. Fu Qingqing was extremely nervous. He lost. Yu Kun shook his head slowly. Yi Wuxuang lost. That defeat broke his legend. Su Qilin used the reason that Yi Wuxuang killed his fellow disciples to suppress him on the cliff of the 1st peak and made him reflect on his mistakes. Ka-ka! At that moment, everyone suddenly heard the sound of joints cracking. They looked in the direction of the sound and saw Yi Qin clenching his fists tightly. His gaze was unusually cold. Brother Yi, are you all right? Fu Qingqing asked worriedly. I'm fine. Yi Qin took a deep breath in and suppressed the killing intent inside of him. He said, while smiling, I just heard that such a genius had such an encounter. I can't help but feel angry for him. Yu Kun glanced at him and did not think too much about it. He continued, after Yi Wuxuang was suppressed, Elder Qingxian from the 9th peak suddenly flew into a rage. He directly flew to the first peak and issued a challenge. The first peak's peak master accepted the challenge, but he was suppressed by Elder Qingxian on the spot. That battle shocked the entire sword sect. No one expected that ever since the previous peak master of the 9th peak died, Elder Qingxian, an elder who did not show himself, would actually be able to defeat a peak master. Moreover, it was the peak master of the first peak. Elder Qingxian also revealed his Emperor Stage cultivation base in that battle. In the end, it was the Sword sect master who personally resolved the dispute and released Yi Wushuang. Fu Qingqing cheered, "Well done! Well done!" Fu Qiuqian interrupted her. However, after Yi Wushuang came out, he immediately issued a life and death challenge to the first peak's sword son, Su Qilin. The time limit is a month. A life and death challenge? Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. That's right. Fu Qiuqian nodded and said, "It's indeed a life and death battle. Now that I think about it carefully, there are still 7 days before the 1-month deadline. In other words, only one of Yi Wushuang and Su Qilin will survive in 7 days." Author's note: Chapter 4 is a lot of foreshadowing. The main point is that the climax is coming soon. I'll destroy the 5 ancient clans and go to the Sword sect to meet Yi Wushuang. It's not easy to write. Chapter 841. After hearing that there would be a life and death battle between Yi Wushuang and the Sword sect's first peak's sword son, Su Qilin, in 7 days, everyone on the green bat beast was shocked, and their faces revealed anticipation. After all, both Yi Wushuang and Su Qilin were the top young disciples in the Kunlun ruins. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were the best in the Kunlun ruins. Although Fu Qiuqian and the rest were genius disciples in the Star sect, there was a difference between geniuses. Even they had to look up to peerless geniuses like Yi Wushuang and Su Qilin. However, the most nervous one was not Yi Qin. Instead, it was Fu Qingqing. She looked at Fu Qiuqian nervously. "Sister, do you think Yi Wushuang can defeat Su Qilin?" As soon as she finished speaking, Fu Qiuqian fell silent. Yu Kuan shook his head slightly and said, "There's no need to even think about it. Yi Wushuang is no match for Su Qilin." Fu Qingqing pursed her lips. "Why?" "Qingqing, senior brother Yu is right." Fu Qiuqian sighed softly and said, "I admit that Yi Wushuang is an incomparably monstrous genius, but he's still too young after all. His rise to prominence is relatively short. On the other hand, it's said that Su Qilin joined the Sword sect at a young age and was personally taken in as the last disciple by the Sword sect's sect master." At this point, she took a deep breath in and enunciated word by word. Most importantly, it said that Su Qilin possesses the fortune of a saint. He was blessed by the heavens since he was born, and he's the only person in the Sword sect who has entered the Sword Tomb in the past 1,000 years. Sword Tomb? Yi Chen was surprised. "Yes, it's the Sword Tomb." Fu Qiuqian glanced at him and hesitated for a moment before revealing. "The Sword Tomb is the most mysterious forbidden area in the Sword sect. Rumor has it that all the almighties of the Sword sect would head to the Sword Tomb before they passed away. There are countless inheritances left behind by almighties and cultivation opportunities. I still think Yi Wushuang can win." Fu Qingqing lost some confidence from Fu Qiuqian's words. However, she still pouted stubbornly. She turned to look at Yi Chen and said, "Brother Yi, do you think Yi Wushuang can win?" "He'll definitely win. I believe in him." Yi Chen smiled lightly, his eyes filled with trust. Wushuang was not the so-called indestructible sword body, but the incarnation of the celestial Darch sword spirit. If he could not even defeat a mere sword son of the Sword sect, it would be an insult to the celestial Darch sword spirit. His reply immediately made Fu Qingqing extremely satisfied. Her face turned from cloudy to sunny as she said, "He, Big brother, ye has good taste. Yi-Chin glanced at her with a strange expression. He thought to himself, this girl hasn't even seen Wushuan yet. Don't tell me she has fallen for him already? If she saw the real person, would she be so infatuated that she wouldn't be able to walk? What foresight! Yu Kuin looked at him with disdain, as expected of someone who has never seen the world. Do you know what sword Dao is? Yi-Chin smiled without saying anything. Fu Qiu-chan took a good look at Yi-Chin again. She then lowered her head and said nothing. Her eyes flickered as if she was thinking about something. Tuatsang Mountain was located in the southeast of the Kunlun ruins. This mountain was a branch of the Broken Soul mountain range, the #1 mountain range in the Kunlun ruins. The area spanned over 3,000 kilometers, and there were close to 20 cities within it. The population was as high as 10 million, and the spiritual energy was abundant. However, no one dared to target Tuatsang Mountain because this was where the 12 ancient clans of the Kunlun ruins were located. The 12 ancient clans guarded this place and shook the Kunlun ruins. Even the 3 sects and 4 groups had to give them some face. On the eastern side of Tuatsang Mountain stood a towering city. There were 9 soaring dragons embedded on the city gate, and there were a few majestic words on it. Border Dragon City. At this moment, less than 300 meters away from Border Dragon City, a huge bat descended from the sky. When it landed on the ground, several figures flew down from it. When the surrounding pedestrians saw their clothes clearly, they could not help but reveal expressions of fear and subconsciously retreated to the side. It's the people from the Star Sect. The Star Sect is one of the 3 sects and 4 groups. I didn't expect them to come to participate in the Shao clan's birthday celebration. From this, it can be seen the status of the 12 ancient clans in the Kunlun ruins. That Mount's cultivation base is even higher than my master's. Countless people discussed secretly. From time to time, their gazes would flash with respect when they looked at those figures, but most of them were filled with passion. At this moment, dozens of figures with powerful auras suddenly flew out from Border Dragon City. These people were all wearing rolling dragon armor, and the leader was a burly man with a tan face. It's City Governor Nie Yuan of Border Dragon City. Someone in the crowd cried out in surprise. Nie Yuan flashed straight to Fu Qiu-chan and the rest. He cupped his fists and laughed. I welcome all the paragons of the Star Sect to my Border Dragon City. City Governor Nie, you're too kind. Yu Kuin, who was in the crowd, once again regained his calm appearance. The aura of a high sect disciple was undoubtedly revealed, including Fu Qiu-chan and the rest behind him. I've already arranged a place for everyone to stay. Please follow me. Nie Yuan seemed to be used to the temper of these supreme sections. He politely led everyone into Border Dragon City. Along the way, Yi-Chen found out that the Shao clan owned 3 cities and Border Dragon City was the largest of the 3 cities. The birthday party was also held in Border Dragon City. Along the way, they saw that Border Dragon City was not as crowded as Chinyang City. Instead, the streets seemed rather deserted. It was obvious that Nie Yuan had already imposed martial law on Border Dragon City in order to welcome the people from the 3 sects and 4 groups. In the end, Nie Yuan led everyone to stay in the largest inn in Border Dragon City, the Wuling Inn. This inn was specially built by Border Dragon City for distinguished guests to stay in, and it was rather extravagant. Everyone, my Border Dragon City's conditions are limited. It's not like your sex paradise on Earth. Please forgive me if I'm not a good host. After Nie Yuan arranged for everyone to stay, he seemed to have thought of something and said, By the way, there will be an auction in my Border Dragon City in 2 hours. If you're interested, why don't you try your luck? I heard that there will be a treasure medicine and a sword of a sword sect disciple. Yu Kuin and the rest were not interested in the so-called auction at first, but they could not help but become interested after learning that there would be a treasure medicine and a sword of a sword sect disciple. A sword of a sword sect disciple? Fu Qiu-chan said in surprise, City Governor Nie, your border dragon city actually dares to auction the sword of a sword sect disciple. One had to know that the sword sect regarded swords as their lives, and they had always been overbearing. Daring to auction their sword was equivalent to going against the sword sect. This isn't the sword of an ordinary sword sect disciple. Nie Yuan revealed a playful smile. I heard that it's the sword of the sword sect's ninth peak's sword son, Yi Wuxuang. Whoosh! Everyone was shocked when they heard what he said. Even Yi Chen's expression gradually turned grim. A cold gleam flashed through his eyes when he looked at Nie Yuan. Chapter 842. As if he'd noticed everyone's bewilderment, Nie Yuan said once more, Everyone, there's something you don't know, but the sword of the sword sect's ninth peak's sword son is none other than the sword sect that handed it over to Border Dragon City to be auctioned off. Don't tell me that the people from the sword sect's first peak gave it to you? Fu Qiuchan's eyes flickered, and she instantly guessed the inside story. After all, the sword sect's first peak and ninth peak had never been on good terms. Now that Yi Wuxuang had challenged Su Qilin, the two peaks were like fire and water. Only someone from the first peak could auction someone else's sword. Miss Fu is indeed intelligent. Nie Yuan glanced at her as if he was praising her. Then he called over many maidservants that were around 17 or 18 years old and incomparably pure. Everyone, if you have any requests, feel free to instruct them. Other than Fu Qiuchan and Fu Qingqing, Yu Kuin and the others had long since been unable to move their gazes away from these maids. Their faces were filled with satisfaction. Although there were female cultivators in the sect, they were either in closed-door cultivation or training outside. How could they be compared to the group of girls in front of them? Finished speaking, Nie Yuan left. Fu Qiuchan looked deeply at his retreating figure, and her eyes flickered incessantly. The Shao clan had already sided with the sword sect a long time ago. Now that they dared to openly auction the sword of the sword sect's ninth peak's sword son, it was clear that the Shao clan supported the sword sect's first peak. Therefore, they were not afraid of the ninth peak. She did not notice the coldness in Yi Chen's eyes at all. Sword sect's first peak, Border Dragon City. You're courting death by auctioning Wuxuang's sword. Yu Kuan instructed. Everyone, take a break. Then, we'll go and take a look at the auction. That's right. We can also see what that genius's sword looks like. The others secretly nodded. The maid that Yi Chen was assigned was called Qing'er. Qing'er led Yi Chen into the room that she had arranged in advance, respectfully. She said, while exhaling, Immortal Master, I'll be your personal maidservant from now on. You can tell me anything you want. She looked at Yi Chen in anticipation after saying that. How could Yi Chen not understand what she meant? He smiled lightly. All right, I understand. You can leave now. Qing'er was stunned at first. When she saw that Yi Chen's expression did not seem to be fake, she closed the door and left in disappointment. It seems like I have to make a trip to that so-called auction. Wuxuang's sword is not worthy of being owned by these people. His gaze was as cold as a knife. Almost all the supreme sects in the entire Kunlun ruins are here for the Shao clan's birthday celebration. I wonder if we can see Luo Shuiyao and Tang Jianfeng. At this moment, someone knocked on the closed door and a woman entered. It was Fu Qiuchan. Under Yi Chen's confused gaze, Fu Qiuchan went straight to the point. Yi Chen, who exactly are you? Her gaze was sharp and her tone was unquestionable. In the beginning, she thought that Yi Chen was a rogue cultivator. Even though he had an origin energy cultivation base, he could not attract much attention from her. After all, she had the Star sect behind her. It was enough for her to look down on any outsider. However, along the way, she realized that Yi Chen's tone was neither humble nor arrogant. He did not show any fear when facing the disciples of the high sections. Moreover, he seemed to be very concerned about the various forces in the Kunlun ruins. This made her doubt Yi Chen's identity again. It was as if Yi Chen did not know anything about the Kunlun ruins. Yi Chen said with a forced smile when he met her gaze. Would you believe me if I said that I was once a peerless heavenly emperor who suppressed all worlds and ruled the heavens? After interacting with her for the past few days, his impression of Fu Cho-chan was not bad, although she also had the arrogance of someone from the star sect. Her hostility toward him was not as great as Yu Kuin and the rest. She would explain patiently if Yi Chen had any doubts. It might be useful to coax Qingqing with those words. Fu Cho-chan's eyes turned slightly cold. Grandpa said that you're from a supreme sect and asked me to befriend you. However, I've asked the other senior and junior brothers and realized that Yi Chen isn't among all the supreme sects in the Kunlun ruins. Don't tell me that you're from the most mysterious Purple Cap Mountain? Ms. Fu, it's not good for you to know my identity. Yi Chen gradually stopped smiling. Countless people from the 5 ancient clans had died in his hands. It could be said that he was now the target of the 5 ancient clans. If the people from the 5 ancient clans found out that Fu Cho-chan was close to him, even if Fu Cho-chan was from the star sect, she would still be affected. Do you think I really want to know your true identity? Fu Cho-chan smirked coldly and said in disdain, Let me warn you, don't have any designs on Qingqing. She's destined to join my star sect. I have designs on your sister. Yi Chen was stunned. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Fu Cho-chan said with absolute certainty, You must have deliberately approached Qingqing after knowing that I'm about to become a true disciple of the star sect. Your goal is to obtain my support. Ms. Fu, aren't you being too full of yourself? Yi Chen was speechless. He did not even care about the star sect, so why would he curry favor with a future true disciple of the star sect? You know very well whether it's true or not. Fu Cho-chan frowned slightly as if she had thought of something. She asked again, Also, I realize that you've been paying attention to the sword sect along the way, especially the Yi Wushuang. Can you give me a reason? The reason is that Yi Wushuang is my brother. As his big brother, it's not too much for me to be concerned about his safety, right? Yi Chen smiled lightly. Haha, Fu Cho-chan scoffed. She could not be bothered to continue asking. She left Yi Chen's room after saying that. Remember, stay away from my sister. Also, this is Border Dragon City, where forces from all over gather. I advise you to keep a low profile. If you provoke the disciples of those supreme sects, even I won't be able to protect you. Fu Cho-chan, oh Fu Cho-chan, your horizons are only limited to the star sect and this tiny Kunlun ruins. Yi Chen shook his head lightly after watching her leave. How would I know that even Earth is only a drop in the ocean in the entire world, let alone the Kunlun ruins? How would I know what I'm capable of? At this moment, Meng Meng, who was beside him, muttered, Daddy, that sister is so annoying. She even said that Daddy is interested in her. Mommy is much prettier than her. Yi Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. Daddy, the little girl's face suddenly collapsed. She hugged his arm tightly and said with a tearful face, When can we go find Mommy and the rest? I miss Mommy and Grandpa and Grandma. Soon, after we find your Uncle Wushuang. Daddy will bring you and Uncle Wushuang to look for Mommy, Yi Chen comforted her while smiling. The Shao clan's birthday celebration was set in the afternoon. In the next few hours, Fu Cho-chan and the other star sect disciples did not stay in the inn. Instead, they went out to participate in the auction. However, before she left, Fu Cho-chan arranged for a maidservant to secretly watch Yi Chen's room. Clearly, she was still wary of Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled lightly. After performing a hand seal to make the maidservant hallucinate, he set up a barrier in the room and left the inn quietly. Chapter 843. After leaving the inn, seeing that there were still about 2 hours before the auction started, he scanned with his divine consciousness and immediately carried his daughter to the commercial district of Border Dragon City. Finally, he entered a refining pavilion. The shop owner was an old man in gray. He waved his hand and said when he saw that there was no fluctuation of cultivation base on Yi Chen, Where did this brat come from? Get lost. Do you have formation materials for sale in your shop? Yi Qin looked around the shop as he spoke. The old man could not help but get angry when he saw that Yi Chen was unmoved. He extended his hand and wanted to push him out. However, he realized that Yi Chen remained motionless no matter how hard he tried. He could not help but be secretly shocked and changed his expression immediately. "May I know what materials you want, Senior?" Yi Chen did not say anything. Instead, he walked straight to the shelves and chose many things one by one. He then said, "How much do these cost?" The boss was slightly shocked when he saw that he bought so many things in one go. "Senior, it's a total of 20,800 Kuan dollars. Just give me 20,000 Kuan dollars. Kuan dollars? Yi Chen secretly frowned. He thought that Kunlun ruins used gold. He did not expect Kuan dollars to appear. Seeing his troubled expression and empty-handed, the smile on the boss's face gradually turned cold. "Senior, don't tell me you didn't bring any money." "Can I use this as Kuan dollars?" Yi Chen stretched his hand behind him and many origin stones appeared. He had extorted these origin stones from the King Kong sect's treasure vault. Sure. The boss was shocked at first, then he smiled and said, "Sir, these are all inferior grade essence stones. One inferior grade essence stone can be exchanged for 1,000 Kuan dollars. Just give me 200 inferior grade essence stones." Yi Chen waved his hand and threw 200 low-grade origin stones on the ground. He then put away the packed materials and left. After the boss watched him leave, the smile on his face immediately turned grim. This brat doesn't even have Kuan dollars. Moreover, he took out so many origin stones and bought so many refining materials in one go. It's suspicious no matter how I look at it. With that, he immediately ordered someone to guard the shop and walked out of the shop quietly. His figure gradually disappeared. Border Dragon City, Lord Manor. Nie Yuan sat on the armchair as he looked at the old man before him with narrowed eyes, and his expression changed indeterminately. "Are you sure it's a single person, and it's 200 low-grade spirit stones?" The old man below was the shop owner who had bought things for Yi Chen earlier. "Sir, he brought a girl with him. I can guarantee it with my life." "That's strange. According to what I know, even the disciples of the 3 sects and 4 groups only receive less than 20 yuan stones a month." Nie Yuan frowned inwardly, then he abruptly seemed to have thought of something, and he abruptly looked at the old man. "Tell me in detail about his appearance." The old man pondered for a moment before speaking. "It's him." Nie Yuan's eyes focused. He immediately recalled that he had seen Yi Chen among the group of Star Sect disciples. At that time, he thought that Yi Chen was also a member of the Star Sect, so he did not pay much attention to him. This brat bought something behind the Star Sect's back. I think it has nothing to do with the Star Sect. Moreover, he bought so many refining materials in one go. There must be something wrong. His eyes flickered a few times before he said to the old man below, "Keep an eye on him. No matter where he goes or what he does, you have to come back and report to me in detail." Yi Chen did the same thing and went to other shops to buy many things. Subsequently, he returned to the inn quietly. He closed the door and began to refine formation flags with innate true fire. An hour later, he went out again and headed straight for the outskirts of Border Dragon City. With a wave of his sleeve, over 10 formation flags landed in his hand. With a flick of his sleeve, over 10 souls shot out from a soul flag. If there were people from the 5 ancient clans present, they would realize that these souls were all from the 5 ancient clans. Souls of the 5 clans condense. He formed hand seals with both hands and formed imprints in the air. Then, with a flick of his finger, the dozen or so souls immediately shot into the dozen formation flags. "Go!" Yi Chen shouted in a low voice. The dozen or so formation flags seemed to have come to life. They flew up at the same time and stuck themselves in all directions of Border Dragon City. Then they hid quietly. Yi Chen lifted his eyes slightly and looked into Border Dragon City. A cold smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. Shao Clan, 5 ancient clans. From now on, Anyone who is from the 5 ancient clans can only enter Border Dragon City and not leave. My debt collection has just begun. He had sworn in front of Lin Tai, second uncle, and the rest that he would not stop until he killed all the members of the 5 ancient clans. The Shao clan's birthday celebration this time had given him a chance to kill all of them in one go. The Great 5 Ghosts godlocking technique was refined using the souls of the core members of the 5 ancient clans. It could identify the members of the 5 ancient clans. Almost at the same time, Yi Qin set up the Great 5 Ghosts godlocking technique in an underground secret room in the Shao clan's residence in Border Dragon City. An old man with a head full of white hair and a pale face who was sitting cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes. A trace of fear flashed through his eyes. For some reason, when he was at a critical juncture in his cultivation, he suddenly felt an extremely palpitating feeling. It was as if blood was shining on his body, causing him to almost go berserk. Thinking to this point, the old man immediately bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. His hands formed a seal in the air, and a mirror-like image appeared in the air in front of him. However, the image was chaotic and nothing could be seen clearly. In the end, it turned into nothingness and disappeared before the old man's eyes. That's strange. The old man's frown deepened. I clearly felt that there would be a bloody calamity, but I couldn't divine it through the divination technique that person taught me. Forget it, forget it. A few seconds later, he slowly shook his head. My Shao clan has the help of those 2 sects this time. Even the people from the 3 sects and 4 groups are nothing to be afraid of. Even if there really is a bloody calamity, we can still deal with it. After saying that, he stood up and walked to the other floor of the secret room. What entered his eyes were many imprisoned young girls. These people were trembling nonstop, and their eyes were filled with fear and despair when they looked at him. The old man reached out and grabbed one of the women. He then twisted her neck and sucked her blood in big mouthfuls. The woman's body also quickly shriveled up. After the old man sucked another young girl's blood, his face gradually turned rosy. However, the old man's expression was extremely ferocious. Damn you, mad Southernie. If you hadn't destroyed my body, why would I have to rely on those 2? Why would I have to cultivate evil techniques and rely on sucking human blood to recover my body? It's all your fault. Just you wait. When my plan is completed, not to mention the 3 sects and 4 groups, even the Kunlun ruins won't be in my eyes. When that time comes, it'll be your death. Candle-blowing ghost. Chapter 844. In a guest house on the west side of Border Dragon City. At that moment, many people walked in groups of 2s and 3s. The aura on these people was extremely powerful. This guest house that looked extremely simple to outsiders was actually the entrance to the underground auction. The reason why it was set up so secretively was that the items in the underground auction were usually not clean. It was more reasonable to describe it as a secret market or a ghost market. At that moment, 2 men, one tall and one skinny, walked in. The door of the guest house closed immediately. A woman wearing a black conical hat walked up to them. Are the 2 of you here to participate in the auction? Of course. If it weren't for the auction, I, Zhao Ritian, wouldn't have come to this crappy place. The tall man scoffed, looking very upset. On the other hand, the short man held his hand and covered his mouth because of his teasing. He seemed to want to laugh, but did not dare to. The corner of the woman's lips twitched slightly when she saw the 2 men holding hands and looking extremely intimate. She looked disgusted when she looked at the 2 of them. She immediately ordered someone to pass 2 conical hats over. This auction is anonymous. To ensure that your identities are not exposed, please put on the conical hats. These are specially made conical hats that can prevent people from spying on you with spiritual power. The tall man took it angrily. After putting it on, he carefully put it on the short man. The short man held his hand intimately again. Please follow me. The woman did not dare to look anymore. She was afraid that she would vomit. She led the two of them to another room immediately and knocked on the wall 3 times. A crack appeared on the ground in front of her immediately. A staircase led to the light coming from below. The auction is below. The tall man immediately pulled the short man down the stairs. Just when the woman was about to leave, she suddenly heard the short man say, "Daddy, I'm afraid of the dark." The woman had goosebumps all over her body. She held onto the corner of the wall and vomited on the spot. The moral degeneration of the world is getting worse and worse. Meanwhile, on the staircase that led to the underground auction, Yi-Chin looked at the little girl next to him angrily and said, "Have you forgotten what Daddy told you earlier? Don't talk." Before he came, he thought that his daughter was an extremely eye-catching person, so he performed an illusion to change the little girl's appearance. The father and daughter even promised that the little girl would not speak after Yi-Chin brought her here. In the end, he was mistaken for a gay man. The little fellow said timidly, "But I'm really afraid of the dark." "Don't worry, we're almost at the bottom." Yi-Chan held her little hand and proceeded to walk down. The tunnel was not too long. They arrived at the bottom after walking for over 30 meters. A majestic hall came into view. It was covered in a vermilion carpet, snow-white jade walls, and palace lanterns hung high above. The hall was oval in shape, with a diameter of more than 200 feet. It was extremely bright, and there were 7 or 8 rows of chairs in the hall, on which sat countless people wearing bamboo hats. There are more than 30 peak-level martial venerables alone. To think that a small auction could produce such a lineup. Yi-Chin secretly shook his head. At the very top of the hall, there was an empty space with a diameter of 3 to 5 feet, and a table was placed on it. "Seniors, please come with me to take a seat." At that moment, a woman who was also wearing a bamboo hat walked up and led Yi-Chin to the empty chair in the hall. When he passed by the 3rd row, Yi-Chin suddenly looked over while deep in thought. There were 6 people wearing bamboo hats sitting there. He could not help but say with a smile, "They're really here." The 6 of them were Fu Cho-chan and the rest. In reality, these so-called bamboo hat magic tools that could prevent others from peeping were extremely crude to Yi-Chin. Under his divine consciousness, it was equivalent to taking off his pants and farting. At that moment, Fu Qingqing stood up and looked around. Then she said to Fu Cho-chan beside her, "Sister, is brother Yi not here?" "He shouldn't be here." Fu Cho-chan shook her head slightly. Then she seemed to have thought of something and looked up at Fu Qingqing. "Qingqing, I realize that you're quite concerned about that guy. Don't tell me you like him." "Sister, what are you talking about?" Fu Qingqing's pretty face, which was hidden under the bamboo hat, blushed immediately. She said angrily, "Brother Yi already has a daughter. How could I like him?" "That's good." Fu Cho-chan nodded in satisfaction and said with a straight face, "Let me tell you in advance. You're destined to join my star sect. Don't come into contact with Yi in the future. Otherwise, you won't even know if you're sold." "Brother, Yi isn't that kind of person." Fu Qingqing objected. Suddenly, she realized that there was a guy wearing a bamboo hat staring at her. She could not help but glare at him. "What are you looking at?" "I'll dig your eyes out if you keep looking." Yi-Chin could not help but laugh when he heard that. He retracted his gaze and sat behind them with the little girl. Subsequently, the lady from before handed him a list of auction items. It recorded the items and the order of the auction. Yi-Chin scanned through it quickly. Most of the items on it were useless to him, so he could only look down. Sword Sex 9th Peak Sword Sun. Yi Wushuang's sword, a supreme grade spirit weapon. Yi Wushuang once used it to suppress the Sword Sex 8th Peak's Sword Sun. The starting price is 100,000 Kuan dollars. Yi Chen's gaze froze. Subsequently, he secretly scoffed. "I'm determined to get this today. I'll kill anyone who stops me." With that, he closed his eyes and rested. Even when the auction began, he did not open his eyes. Instead, the people around him bid one after another. Yu Kuan, who was in front of him, roared the most. In the end, he spent 10,000 Kuan dollars to bid for a rod. It was said to be a high-grade spirit weapon. Meanwhile, the two precious herbs were also raised to a sky-high price of 50,000 Kuan dollars, and they were bought by two people wearing bamboo hats. Soon, the auction came to an end. The auctioneer suddenly smiled mysteriously. Everyone, the next item for auction is a supreme-grade spirit weapon. After saying that, two maids walked up with a rectangular box. The rectangular box was covered with a red cloth. A supreme-grade spirit weapon? Are you kidding me? Although a supreme-grade spirit weapon is precious, it shouldn't be the finale, right? I finally understand. There's nothing good in this auction. Many people whispered to each other. Some people from the 3 sects and 4 groups could not help but sneer in disdain. Only a portion of people's eyes were filled with excitement, such as Fu Qiu-chan and the rest. After all, they already knew what the so-called supreme-grade spirit weapon was. The auctioneer smiled and removed the red cloth on the rectangular box. He opened the lid and revealed a long sword. As soon as the long sword was exposed to the air, it emitted an incomparably majestic sword intent, causing the originally noisy scene to instantly quiet down. What a powerful sword intent! There's actually sword intent on this sword. Everyone's spirits were shaken. The auctioneer's voice rang out. Everyone, this sword is the sword of the Sword Sect's 9th Peak's Sword Son, Yi Wushuang. I believe everyone has heard of Yi Wushuang, so I won't introduce him. The auction officially begins. The starting price is 100,000 Kuan dollars, and each bid must be no less than 1,000 Kuan dollars. At that moment, Yi Chen opened his eyes. His divine consciousness surged out of his mudball palace and enveloped the long sword on the auction stage. A trace of warmth flashed across his tense face, as there's Wushuang's aura on it. It really is his sword. P.S. Chapter 4. Today's update is over. We'll continue tomorrow. Please recommend it. Monthly votes, thank you. Chapter 845. As there's Wushuang's aura on it. It really is his sword. As the long sword appeared, Yi Chen's pupils constricted slightly. Even his voice became a little hoarse. His body was trembling slightly as he sat on his seat. The sword intent exuded from the long sword contained an unyielding and arrogant aura that looked down on the world. Bystanders only marveled at the fact that the long sword actually contained its own sword intent. However, to Yi Chen, it was this aura that made him feel as if he had been electrocuted. Only Wushuang was able to do that in this world, and no one else could imitate it. Wushuang, you're really in the sword sect. Yi Chen's throat rolled. He clenched his fists on his legs, subconsciously. Just you wait. I'll come to you soon. His slightly moist eyes sized up the reactions of the rest of the people present. Seeing that everyone was even more excited than he was, his gaze suddenly became indifferent. But before that, you have to take back your sword. Everyone, this sword is the sword of the Sword Sect's 9th Peak's Sword Son, Yi Wushuang. I believe everyone has heard of Yi Wushuang, so I won't introduce him. The auction officially begins. The starting price is 100,000 Kuan dollars, and each increment must be no less than 1,000 Kuan dollars. As the auctioneer finished speaking, the atmosphere in the auction instantly reached a climax. Did I hear wrongly? That long sword is actually the sword of that pervert from the Sword Sect's 9th Peak? It can't be, right? As a supreme sect among the 3 sects and 4 groups, the Sword Sect has always regarded the sword as their life. Someone actually dares to auction their sword, and it's the sword of a sword son. Could it be that they have a death wish? If it was the sword of any other disciple of the Sword Sect, no one would dare to bid for it. However, it's different if it's the sword of the sword son of the Sword Sect's 9th Peak. Everyone knows that the 9th Peak has the most awkward position in the Sword Sect, and they're ostracized everywhere. That's right. I believe everyone knows that after the sword son of the 9th Peak challenged the sword son of the 1st Peak, Su Qilin, the 9th Peak has completely become the target of public criticism. It's normal for the Sword Sect's 1st Peak to purposely disgust them. The entire auction site was in an uproar. Countless people looked at the long sword on the auction stage with shock and passion. It wasn't that he was surprised that the sword was a peak-grade spirit artifact, but he was shocked by the sword intent on it. Didn't that mean that if someone were to take this sword away, they might be able to comprehend the way of the sword from the sword intent on it? However, the atmosphere in the area turned cold once more, and the strange sight of no one bidding appeared. At the end of the day, they were still wary of Sword Sec's 9th summit. After a long silence, someone couldn't help but bid, 110,000. Many gazes looked towards the direction of the voice and saw that the person who had made the bid was sitting in a room on the 2nd floor of the auction house. They seemed to want to know the identity of that person, but they didn't find anything. 120,000. Another person spoke up. 150,000. 160,000. In just a few minutes, there were people bidding one after another, and the price rose all the way to more than 200,000. Even so, there was no sign of stopping. There were even people from the 3 sects and 4 groups who participated. From this, it could be seen that the sword that Yi Wuxuang had used before was extremely tempting to these people. In a room on the 2nd floor of the auction house, 3 men in bamboo hats were sitting there. Seeing the price rise, the atmosphere in the room was a little oppressive. At that moment, one of the men in bamboo hats immediately took off the bamboo hat on her head, revealing an extremely pure face. She was an 18 or 19-year-old girl. The girl's face scrunched up. Eldest senior brother, youngest junior brother's sword has been auctioned off for such a high price. What should we do now? I don't think the money master gave me is enough. That's right, eldest senior brother. Before we left, master only gave us 3,000 origin stones, and that was exchanged for my master selling his magic weapons. Another man could not help but smile bitterly. Their monthly tribute was at most 50 origin stones, which was equivalent to 5,000 Kuan dollars. The hundreds of thousands of Kuan dollars in front of them was an astronomical price to them. Let's wait and see. The last man sighed softly. The first peak auctioned off youngest junior brother's sword, which is equivalent to completely falling out with the 9th peak. This concerns the dignity of the 9th peak, and the battle between youngest junior brother and Sue is imminent. Whether it's for merit or for personal gain, we must take back youngest junior brother's sword. The man from before clenched his fists tightly. Those bastards from the 1st peak don't want to see the rise of the 9th peak, so they're suppressing youngest junior brother. At the auction venue, 250,000. When Yi Wuxuang's sword was raised to the sky-high price of 250,000 Kuan dollars, many forces gave up. They began to realize that it was unwise to compete with them, since the people from the 3 sects and 4 groups had also made a move. Right at this moment, a calm voice was heard. 300,000! This sudden voice caused everyone to be stunned. Even Fu Qiu-chan and the others in the crowd were no exception. When they looked in the direction of the voice, they realized that the person who made the bid was sitting behind them. Moreover, it was the person who had been staring at Fu Qingqing earlier. Fu Qiu-chan lowered her voice and said, "Since this person is able to bid 300,000 Kuan dollars, he must be from the 3 sects and 4 groups. Moreover, it's very likely that he's a true disciple. We can't offend him." Yu Kuan, who was next to her, agreed when he heard that. Only Fu Qingqing stared at Yi Qin. She felt that his voice sounded familiar. The auctioneer on the stage looked around and asked tentatively, "This distinguished guest has bid 300,000. Is there anyone who's willing to bid higher than him?" The 3 people on the 2nd floor fell silent when they heard that. This price had already exceeded what they could afford. The pure girl said angrily, "Eldest senior brother, let me out. I don't believe that these people will still dare to compete with us after we mention the name of the 9th peak." "Nonsense." The 9th peak's eldest senior brother berated in a low voice. "Don't you think we've embarrassed ourselves enough? Moreover, even if you leave, you won't be able to get back youngest junior brother's sword. Then what do you think we should do? Don't tell me we can only watch as youngest junior brother's sword is taken away? The pure girl's tears flowed down her cheeks. Wait, the ninth peak's eldest senior brother took a deep breath in and looked at the long sword on the auction stage with determination in his eyes. If it really doesn't work, then I'll have to offend you. Seeing that no one was bidding, the auctioneer outside could not help but say, 300,000 going once, 300,000 going twice, 350, 0, 0, 0. A playful voice was heard. Yi Chen's eyes turned grim. He lifted his head slowly and looked at a room on the third floor of the auction house. His gaze was cold. 400,000. Chapter 846. 450,000. A voice came from another room. Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged as he said, 500,000, 550,000, 600,000, 700,000. In the end, the price soared to more than 800,000. Meanwhile, Yi Chen kept increasing the price expressionlessly, but his gaze was getting colder and colder. Whoosh! The crowd was in an uproar. Clearly, they did not expect the auction to be so intense. Every increase in price was no less than 50,000. Who exactly is this person? He actually possesses such wealth. He must be from one mountain, 2 religions, 3 sects, and 4 groups. At the same time, everyone looked at Yi Chen in shock. They were all shocked speechless by his wealth. On the other hand, Fu Cho-chan and the rest of the Star sect who were closest to Yi Chen were stunned. The astronomical price of 800,000 Kuan dollars had exceeded their imagination. Fu Qingqing, who was next to Fu Cho-chan, looked at Yi Chen and could not help but say, "Sister, why do I feel like his voice sounds like Brother Yi?" Fu Cho-chan could not help but take another look at Yi Chen after hearing her reminder. However, Yi Chen was wearing a conical hat. Even so, she felt that Yi Chen's voice was familiar. Don't talk nonsense. On the other hand, Yu Kuan berated Fu Qingqing. Do you think that brat Yi has that much money? Not to mention us. Even the elders of our Star sect can't afford it. At this point, he could not help but smirk coldly. Let's not talk about whether this brat will come to the auction or not. Even if he's here, he might be hiding in a corner in shock right now. That's right. Fu Cho-chan felt that what he said made sense. She nodded lightly and said, "It shouldn't be Yi Chen. Perhaps it's just that his voice is similar to Yi Chen's." After Yi Chen shouted the astronomical price of 800,000 Kuan dollars, the existences on the third floor fell silent. Clearly, the price put them in a difficult position. Right at this moment, a man in a conical hat walked out of the middle room on the third floor. Under everyone's gaze, the man took off the conical hat on his head, revealing an extremely handsome face. It's the young master of the Tao sect, Zhong Rui. What? That Zhong Rui who is said to be born with an immortal bone and was accepted as the last disciple of the Tao sect Master Leishing? TSK, I didn't expect this person to actually come. Among the younger generation of our Kunlun ruins, only the number 1 person in the younger generation of the various supreme sects can compare to him. As the handsome young man took the initiative to reveal his identity, the entire auction house immediately erupted into an uproar. Everyone looked at him in shock. Isn't this guy always low-key? Even Yu Kuan, who was in front of Yi Chen, could not help but be shocked. How did he appear in Border Dragon City? Don't tell me you're here for the Shao family's birthday celebration? This person has always been elusive and extremely mysterious. His actions are not something that we can imagine. Fu Cho-chan's beautiful eyes narrowed as she slowly shook her head. Zhong Rui merely glanced at Yi Chen coldly in the face of everyone's shock. He then said while smiling, "Brother, I'm Zhong Rui from Tao sect. Can you give me that sword?" After saying that, he smiled lightly. "Of course, I won't disappoint you. I'm willing to give you 800,000 Kuan dollars and a yellow dragon pill, refined by my Tao sect." As his voice fell, everyone was shocked. Putting aside the 800,000 Kuan dollars, just the yellow dragon pill alone was enough to make them envious. Even Fu Cho-chan and the other people from the 3 sects and 4 groups were no exception. The so-called yellow dragon pill was something unique to the Tao sect. It could increase the chances of a top-notch martial venerable becoming a pseudo-emperor. Even if it was just a sliver, it was enough to make countless people go crazy. After all, once one stepped into the pseudo-emperor stage, they would be one step closer to the emperor stage. As expected of the young sect master of Tao sect, he's using a heaven-defying pill like the yellow dragon pill. He's so confident. Why do we have to do that? Fu Cho-chan secretly sucked in a breath of cold air, but a trace of confusion flashed across her beautiful eyes. However, the people of Tao sect cultivate spells and divinities. Why do they study the sword Tao? The entire auction house fell silent instantly. Countless people stared at Yi Chen, secretly guessing that even he might not be able to hold it in. Zhong Rui's expression was still calm. However, under everyone's gaze, Yi Chen shook his head lightly and said, "I'm sorry, but I must get this." Whoosh! The entire place was in an uproar. Whether it was the 800,000 Kuan dollars or the yellow dragon pill, they were secondary. The main thing was that there was a chance to befriend the future sect master of Tao sect. However, Yi Chen rejected it. Almost at that moment, Zhong Rui's smiling face froze slightly. Then he said, "All right, I'll give this to you, brother." With that, he returned to his room. The entire process was extremely straightforward and decisive. He did not show any signs of anger or embarrassment. The more he acted like that, the more everyone present felt that it was the calm before the storm. At that moment, countless people looked at Yi Chen with gloating eyes. Fu Cho-chan took a good look at Yi Chen and secretly shook her head. This person either has a shocking background and isn't afraid of Zhong Rui, or he's a hothead who has just debuted. No one competed with Yi Chen anymore. After all, Yi Chen dared to reject the young master of Tao sect. Everyone knew that he was determined to get this item. The auctioneer made the final decision. "Congratulations to this distinguished guest for obtaining this supreme-grade spirit weapon. Please follow me backstage to discuss the details of the transaction." Under everyone's gaze, Yi Chen held the little girl's hand and followed the auctioneer backstage. After seeing the 2 men holding hands, many people present had strange expressions on their faces. After all this fuss, it turns out that they're a pair of glasses? Meanwhile, in a room on the 3rd floor of the auction house, Zhong Rui watched Yi Chen enter the auction backstage expressionlessly. A gleam flashed through his eyes. Illusion. An old man in a Taoist robe knelt on one knee. "Young master, do you want me to kill him and take the item back?" "There's no rush." A faint gleam flashed through Zhong Rui's eyes, and a spurious smile appeared at the corner of his lips. "There are many people who want his life." Backstage of the auction, an old manager placed Wu Shuang's sword on the table respectfully and said with a smile, "It's a total of 850,000 Kuan dollars. 800,000 of them is the auction price, and 50,000 is the processing fee." Yi Chen flicked his sleeve, and a pile of origin stones that looked like a small mountain appeared on the ground before him. The old man's pupils constricted, and he quickly counted. No more, no less. Just 8,500 low-grade origin stones. Yi Chen grabbed the long sword on the table. Excitement flashed through his eyes as he turned around to leave. The old man hurriedly said, "Sir, my master would like to meet you personally." "Can you? I'm busy." Yi Chen left the auction with the little girl after saying that. Not long after he left, a woman in a purple dress slowly appeared behind the old man. She was only 24 or 25 years old, and her figure was graceful and alluring. The old man immediately bowed. "Young mistress." "I already know." The woman in the purple dress smiled lightly and looked at Yi Chen's retreating back with a scrutinizing expression. He robbed the King Kong sect and got close to Fu Cho-chan from the Star sect. However, he went behind the Star sect's back to purchase weapon refinement materials. Now, he publicly rejected the Tao sect's young master and even possesses a treasure like the Heaven-Earth bag. If Yi Chen was still where he was, he would definitely realize that the woman in the purple dress knew everything he had done since he came to Shang Santian. Interesting. You've made me, Zijuer, interested. The woman in the purple dress's dark eyes flickered incessantly. Her appearance was rather tempting. The old man could not help but ask, "Young mistress, should we investigate this person?" "No." There was a smile on the woman's face. "I want to see how capable this person is in the face of the pursuit of these supreme sections." Chapter 847. Outside the auction, Yi Chen's expression suddenly changed when he was rushing back to the inn while holding the little girl's hand. A mocking smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. "Some people can't help it, huh?" He smiled and led the little girl out of Border Dragon City. After he left, several sounds of air being torn apart suddenly came from where he was earlier. "Oh no, that brat is escaping." "Chase after him. We can't let him leave with the things." Dozens of figures appeared like phantoms. After exchanging a glance with each other, they rushed out of the city from all directions. When Fu Cho-chan and the rest who happened to pass by saw this scene, Yukuin immediately laughed gloatingly. As the saying goes, wealth moves people's hearts. That guy is dead for sure now. "Sister, why don't we follow them and take a look?" Fu Qingqing mustered her courage and said. She still felt that the person who took Yi Wushuang's sword was Yi Chen. "All right, let's go take a look too." Fu Cho-chan pondered for a few seconds before nodding. "But let me make this clear first. We'll only watch from the sidelines and not do anything." Outside Border Dragon City, less than 5 kilometers away from the city gate, there was a surging river. It was the moat around Border Dragon City. It stretched for thousands of kilometers, and demonic beasts would appear in the sea from time to time. A few silhouettes flashed across the river and followed them from afar. They were not fast, but they maintained a certain distance from Yi Chen and his daughter. They would not lose them, but they did not think that Yi Chen would notice them in advance. However, when they arrived at the center of the moat, they realized that they had lost track of Yi Chen. One of them looked around and said in a deep voice, "Damn it, we lost him." Even a peak marshal venerable can't escape with the 4 of us working together. Could it be that this person has cultivated some profound movement technique? Another person frowned in confusion. At this moment, one of them suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness coming from behind him. He could not help but say with a change of expression, "Be careful!" Bang! Before he could finish speaking, his entire body exploded into a bloody mist. He did not even have the time to scream before he died. After the rest of the people reacted, they subconsciously took a few steps back. They stared at the 2 figures that slowly walked out of the white fog. When they saw that one of them was Yi Chen, one of them could not help but shout angrily, "Be ****, how dare you ambush us?" "Sneak attack? Why would I need to sneak an attack on a bunch of trash like you?" Yi Chen stood with his arms behind his back and chuckled softly. He seemed to be in disdain. "Let's attack together and kill him. Then we'll split the loot evenly." One of them roared furiously. Subsequently, several figures charged at Yi Chen. Majestic origin energy swept out, directly turning into several terrifying streams that charged at Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen scoffed in the face of that attack. He did not dodge at all. Instead, he extended his hand and grabbed one of them first. Bang! The man's body exploded into a bloody mist on the spot. The surface of the river was dyed red. Origin energy, realm expert. Not good, retreat. At this moment, the remaining 3 people finally realized that something was wrong. They immediately tapped the air with the tip of their toes and retreated into the distance. However, before they could retreat far, a huge hand grabbed the space where the three of them were. Rumble! The space was forcefully crushed on the spot. The three of them collapsed along with the shattered space until they died. They did not expect Yi Chen to pretend to be defeated and escape from Border Dragon City, even though he was so powerful. Who exactly is this person? A beginner Martial Venerable was actually unable to resist him at all. In the blink of an eye, he killed 5 beginner Martial Venerables consecutively. Judging from his attack, he doesn't seem to be from the 3 sects and 4 groups. Could he be from 1 mountain and 2 religions? No matter who this person is, since things have developed to this point today, this person can forget about returning alive. This scene was seen by many people hidden in the dark, and for a moment, countless people from the forces were shocked. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Chen smirked in disdain. His cold voice echoed through the entire place. Didn't you guys follow me all the way to kill me and snatch Yi Wushuang's sword? Since you're already here, why are you hiding? Don't be arrogant, I'll kill you. As a long howl cut through the sky, a green gleam shot over and landed less than 30 meters away from Yi Chen. It was a man in green clothes with a rather cold expression. Isn't that Situ Kong from the Ice River Valley? He's known as the genius of the Ice River Valley that's hard to come by in 100 years. He's only 20 years old, and he's already a peak martial venerable. That's right, it's Situ Kong. He's extremely famous in the southeast of the Kunlun ruins. Many people speculate that he has a chance of stepping into the pseudo-emperor stage before the age of 35. When they saw the young man's face, clearly many people who were watching from afar started to discuss. Their words were filled with admiration for him. After all, Situ Kong's potential could be considered a genius even in the supreme sects like the 3 sects and 4 groups. Situ Kong smirked coldly when he heard the people's evaluation of him. There was pride in his eyes when he looked at Yi Chen. As long as you give me Yi Wushuang's sword, I'll spare your life. At that moment, everyone's gazes focused on Yi Chen. There was pity, bewilderment, and most of them were gloating. Yi Chen shook his head lightly. There was a hint of pity in his eyes when he looked at him. Why do you have to seek death? Die. Situ Kong was furious. His body turned into an afterimage as a chill spread from his body. Killing intent surged as he charged at Yi Chen. Yi Chen stood where he was without moving. He waited for Situ Kong to get close. Subsequently, he extended his hand and grabbed at him from afar. Sizzle! A white waterfall exploded from his palm like a bolt of lightning. Situ Kong felt an invisible, terrifying force coming at him. He was grabbed by Yi Chen in an instant before he could resist. Break! His expression changed as he released all of his cultivation base crazily. Waves of materialized cold energy charged at Yi Chen's restraint. However, to his shock, his resistance was useless. Bang! Yi Chen stepped on the ground and looked down at him. Is that all the number 1 genius of the Ice River Valley is capable of? You! Situ Kong's eyes were bloodshot. You're so useless. Yet you still have the face to live in this world. Why don't I send you on your way? Yi Chen shook his head lightly and exerted force with his feet. Situ Kong's body exploded with a bang and turned into a bloody mist that scattered everywhere. The number 1 genius of the Ice River Valley was dead. The series of events happened in the blink of an eye. When everyone reacted, they looked at Yi Chen in shock. Who exactly is this person? First, he killed 5 beginner-stage martial venerables instantly. Now he killed the number 1 genius of the Ice River Valley. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back with a cold expression. Who else wants to kill me? I'll kill you. Another loud bang was heard. Chapter 848. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a huge mountain was moving rapidly from the west. From the west, a huge mountain was rapidly moving towards them. That mountain was no different from a 3-story building. and below it there was a faint silhouette of a person. Someone's pupils constricted violently as he said with trembling lips, "Oh my God! Someone actually moved a huge mountain here. It's Xiahou Li from the Sky Pillar sect." "What? The lunatic Xiahou who tied himself to a huge mountain in the northern region of the Kunlun ruins and ran with it every day? Once this person comes, that guy is dead." "That's right, the lunatic Xiahou is not someone Siddhikong can compare to. This guy loves to fight and is fearless of death. When he was only 12 years old, he forcefully tore apart a saber-toothed winged tiger that was comparable to a martial venerable." Everyone stared at the mountain in shock as it got closer and closer. They also saw the silhouette of the person holding the mountain. It was a rough-looking young man with a bare upper body. His arms were as sturdy and powerful as a horned dragon, and his eyes were shining brightly. "Although we have no enmity, I, Xiahou Li, almost died under Yi Wushuang's sword. Therefore, since you took his sword, you're my enemy. After I kill you, I'll take revenge on Yi Wushuang." Xiahou Li held the mountain with one hand and looked down at Yi Chun from above. His voice was like a ferocious tiger's roar, causing many people's eardrums to go numb. After saying that, he roared angrily. He held the mountain with one hand and smashed it at Yi Chun from above. The power seemed to want to suppress the moat of Border Dragon City. Xiahou Li is indeed a monster from the Sky Pillar sect. He carried that mountain all the way here, but his face is not red, nor is he out of breath. Instead, his aura is even higher than before. Someone praised. Many people fell silent when they heard that. They stared fixedly at the mountain that was like a falling meteorite, and their eyes were filled with fear. Under such an attack, even a city would be smashed through, let alone a person. Yi Chun opened his right palm slowly, and Yi Wushuang's sword appeared in his hand immediately. The sword trembled lightly. "My love is separated by mountains and seas. I can conquer mountains and seas. Since Wushuang failed to kill you, I'll kill you. This guy is using Yi Wushuang's sword?" Someone immediately scoffed when he saw that. Could it be that he thinks he's as proficient in sword Dao as Yi Wushuang, and is a rare sword Dao genius? Xiahou Li laughed disdainfully. However, when the mountain was less than 30 meters away from the river, the long sword in Yi Chen's hand suddenly released a shocking sword gleam. This startling sword light was like the rising sun. In an instant, it swept across the mountain that Xiahou Li was on. Everything in the surroundings instantly became extremely still. Just as someone was about to mock him, he was shocked to find that the mountain collapsed on the spot after being swept by the sword light, turning into countless tiny pieces that scattered in all directions. Someone subconsciously tried to catch one of the stones, only to find that the moment his hand touched it, the stone immediately turned into ashes along with his hand. Sword intent, there's sword intent on it at all times. What a powerful sword intent! At that moment, everyone felt their scalps go numb from the strange scene. When they lifted their heads to look at the sky again, they realized that Xiahou Li was standing in the air without moving at all. He looked straight at Yi Chin. "I didn't die under Yi Wushuang's sword, but I died under your sword." As soon as he finished speaking, his head rolled down, and his lower body fell into the surging river. At this moment, the scene fell into dead silence once again. Outside Border Dragon City, Fuqiu-chan and the rest followed the aura and quickly rushed towards the moat. Along the way, they heard all sorts of shocking news. 5 beginner-stage martial venerables were killed instantly. Yu Kun smiled in disdain when he heard it. It's just 5 beginner-stage martial venerables. If it were me, I could do it too. Another piece of news came. Situ Kong from the Ice River Valley was stomped to death with a single foot. Yu Kun could not help but be slightly shocked. Yu Kun is a peak martial venerable after all. How could he be stomped to death? Even so, he didn't really care. After all, the Ice River Valley was far inferior to the Star Sect, and the geniuses of the Ice River Valley were nothing. The Sky Pillar sect Xiahou Li held a huge mountain in his hand and was beheaded with a single strike. The decibel of Fu Qiuchan's voice suddenly rose a few decibels, and her face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Yu Kuin's expression gradually darkened. Xiahou Li's strength isn't any weaker than mine. In fact, he's even stronger than me. How did he die? The Fire Li sect's young sect master, Li Beiyu, is dead. The Blood Sun Temple's brightness monarch is dead. Pang Hao, the young master of the Wuling sect, is dead. Lianyun Castle Lord Yi Jinnan is dead. The #1 genius of the Origin Magnet sect, Yin Zhuang, is dead. The closer they got to the battlefield, the more shocked Fu Qiuchan, Yu Kuin, and the others were. This was because, along the way, they heard that many people had died. These people were either young sect masters or young masters. All of them were the #1 figures in the younger generation of the various sections. Fu Qiuchan secretly sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "Who exactly is this guy? How did he manage to kill so many elites from various sects? He's crazy. I think he's really crazy." Yu Kuin gulped and said, "Isn't he afraid that the 3 sects and 4 groups and the other supreme sects will take action after killing so many people from various sects?" They initially came to watch Yi Qin make a fool of himself, but they did not expect to hear more shocking news one after another. When they got close to the battlefield, they saw that the clouds in the sky before them seemed to be dyed red with blood. Following that, a rain of blood poured down from the sky. In just a few breaths of time, the entire river was dyed red. At the next moment, 3 heads fell from the sky. "It's them." Yu Kuin's expression finally changed. He was shocked. Aren't these the 3 little kings of Mystic Yin Island? Fu Qiuchan's eyes were filled with shock. Mystic Yin Island was already infinitely close to the 3 sects and 4 groups of supreme sects in the Kunlun ruins. There were supreme giants overseeing the island, and the 3 little kings of Mystic Yin Island were existences that were infinitely close to the pseudo-emperor stage. Now, even their heads had been chopped off. They could not help but look up and see a man wearing a bamboo hat standing in the air in the distance. He held a long sword that was soaked in blood. "Who exactly are you?" A monk in a kasaya with prayer beads in his hand and 3 flowers on his head took a step forward. He stared at Yi Chen like a hawk. "Aren't you afraid of being punished by the 3 sects and 4 groups for killing people from various sects in the Kunlun ruins?" With his appearance, everyone present was shocked. "It's the young wisdom king of the Buddhist sect, Fan Zhen." Tisk, as one of the 3 sects and 4 groups, Fan Zhen actually stood out to express his stance. Doesn't that mean that the 3 sects and 4 groups can no longer sit idly by and watch that person do whatever he wants? At that moment, everyone was excited. They were really scared of Yi Qin. More than 10 paragons from the sects had died in his hands. Yi Qin stood there with his hands behind his back, facing Fan Zhen's question. There was no change on his cold face. "If you're not convinced, you can come and accept your death." P.S. Chapter 4. Today's update has been completed. I'll continue tomorrow. I'll explain the reason why I stopped updating yesterday. It's because I went to the hospital for a checkup. The situation is a little serious. The doctor suggested that I be hospitalized for a week of infusion. I'm still conflicted. Chapter 849. Outside Border Dragon City, on the moat 5 kilometers away. At this moment, close to 100 figures had gathered. These people were all here to attend the Shao clan's birthday celebration, but they were all gathered together at this moment. At this place, blood light shot into the sky. Blood rain and corpses kept falling like a surging ocean, and more than half of the moat was dyed red. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the figure in the middle of the moat, and endless waves of shock surged in their hearts. Who exactly is this person? Judging from his methods, he's decisive, domineering, and even lawless. He can't be from the 3 sects and 4 groups. Could he be from the corpse sect and the witchcraft sect? In just half an hour, the paragons of more than 10 forces in the Kunlun ruins have been killed by this person. These forces are going crazy. After all, it's not easy to nurture a paragon. If the paragons of the 3 sects and 4 groups don't show up, no one can stop this malefic. Could he be the demon Dao's Shi Qianhan from 20 years ago? The number of onlookers was still increasing. People from many forces rushed over after hearing the commotion. When they saw the tragedy at the scene, they could not help but feel their scalps go numb. Yi Qin stood quietly in the river and looked straight at the young wisdom king, Fan Zhen, who was dressed in monk robes. His eyes were clear. If you're not convinced, you can come and accept your death. His black hair fluttered in the wind. After killing more than 10 paragons from various forces, his black robe was still spotless. Whoosh! Hearing that, the spectators cried out in shock. After one of the 3 sects and 4 groups, the young wisdom king, Fan Zhen, stood up to stop him. Yi Qin dared to boast shamelessly and ask young wisdom king to accept his death. One had to know that young wisdom king, Fan Zhen, was not the young wisdom king of the Blood Sun Temple who died in Yi Chen's hands earlier. Behind him was the Buddhist sect of the 3 sects and 4 groups. It was a supreme sect that suppressed the Kunlun ruins, and the master of the Buddhist sect, Zen Master Banro, was a supreme giant comparable to the Tao sect's sect master Leishing Amitba. Fan Zhen's face was expressionless when he heard that. Instead, he chanted a Buddhist proclamation and took a step forward. He tapped the river surface with the tip of his toes and landed on a reed. He floated toward Yi Qin. He crossed the river on a reed. I didn't expect Fan Zhen to have comprehended the realm of crossing the river on a reed. One should know that since ancient times, only Bodhidharma was able to reach this step when he crossed the East. He truly deserves to be called the wisdom prince of Buddhism. Many people's expressions changed drastically upon seeing this. Benefactor, your murderous aura is too heavy. Why don't you follow me back to Buddhism and eliminate your murderous aura and sins in front of Buddha? Fan Zhen did not seem to hear the cries of surprise around him. He stopped when he was less than 100 feet away from Yi Qin and looked at Yi Qin. Yi Qin smirked in disdain and asked coldly, "Does Buddha have to care that I've killed a few pieces of trash? What right does Buddha have to interfere? The Buddha is in the hearts of the people. As long as it goes against the original intention of the Buddha can intervene." Fan Zhen said with compassion. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. "Then, did Buddha tell you that there's a price to pay for being a busybody? Not only will you die, but you will also bring disaster to your Buddhist sect." As his voice fell, a cold voice exploded in everyone's ears. What an arrogant thing. It's fine if you slander the Buddha, but you actually want to destroy the Buddha? Subsequently, under everyone's gaze, a red cloud floated over from the west. The red cloud was pink, and it was extremely demonic. Subsequently, an extremely demonic young man in pink clothes charged into the sky with a red cloud. It's Pink Prince, the young master of the Devil sect. Pink Prince! Oh my! At this moment, everyone on the ground had a change in expression when they saw the person who had arrived. Deep fear flashed through their eyes. Fu Qiuchan's face turned pale in the crowd. She sucked in a breath of air in shock. This person is actually here too! I didn't expect so many people to come for Yi Wushuang's sword today. Looks like we've underestimated his influence in the Kunlun ruins. Yu Kuin was shocked. Pink Prince was the young master of the Devil sect. His father was the sect master of the Devil sect, in Shangtian, a supreme powerhouse who suppressed the Devil sect. Pink Prince himself was the one who ruled the Devil sect and was known as one of the top 10 geniuses in the Kunlun ruins. That's right, it's me. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, Pink Prince landed on the river. His demonic eyes flickered with a red glow as he kept looking at the crowd. Finally, his gaze landed on Yi Qin. Pink Prince extended a crippled hand and smiled evilly. "Brat, I don't care who you are. Yi Wushuang once severed my arm. As long as you hand over his sword, I'll protect your life." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of cries sounded in the sky like muffled thunder. What? Pink Prince had an arm severed by Yi Wuxuang? He admitted it himself, so it should be true. Yi Wuxuang is truly a monster. Even Pink Prince's arm was severed by him. Once he defeats that person from the sword sect's first peak in 7 days, who in the entire Kunlun ruins can suppress him? At that moment, gasps rose and fell. However, Yi Qin smiled. Pink Prince's gaze turned cold. "Brat, what are you smiling at?" "I'm smiling because you, a defeated opponent of Yi Wuxuang, have no right to provoke me." Yi Qin shook his head lightly. "Even if I give you Yi Wuxuang's sword, it still won't change the fact that you've lost to him. Brat, you're courting death." Pink Prince's killing intent was revealed. It's really lively today. Chapter 850. As for Fatty Wu from Corpse Sect, he had a big belly and his face was as pale as a sheet. His eyes were narrowed into slits. The strange thing was that this person was actually carried on the back of a gold-armored corpse. Even so, he was still panting from exhaustion. That's not all. Look, the young master of Dao Sect, Zhuang Rui, is here too. Oh my God, the saintess of Witchcraft Sect, and Miaoyi and the young master of Ghoul Sect, Zhouang, are here too. In addition to the young wisdom king of Buddhism, Fanjin, who arrived a long time ago, the paragons of the other supreme sects in the Kunlun ruins, 1 mountain, 2 religions, 3 sects, and 4 groups are all here. What a grand scene! What a grand scene! Waves of gasps sounded in the surroundings. At this moment, the eyes of the onlookers were wide open, and their faces were filled with shock. With the supreme paragons gathered, who could be called the king? Seeing so many people appear, the crowd cheered from time to time. Most of them were disciples of the 3 sects and 4 groups. The most excited ones were none other than Fu Qiuchan and the other members of Star Sect. A woman looked at Shang Xingqian in the sky with infatuation. "Senior Sister Fu, look, Senior Brother Shang is here too. Senior Brother Shang is so handsome." The other woman's eyes were also filled with lust. "I didn't expect that I would have the chance to see him at such a close distance. If he looks at me again, I'm willing to die." "Slut, are you lustful?" Fu Qiuchan glared at her in annoyance. Her beautiful eyes then looked at Shang Xingqian in the sky with extraordinary splendor. Senior Brother Shang is truly worthy of being the number 1 among the 7 true disciples of our Star Sect. Just this bearing alone is extraordinary. If I can become dual cultivation companions with him. When Yu Kuan, who was beside him, heard the word dual cultivation, his expression turned ugly. However, a trace of dejection emerged in his heart. In the Star Sect, Shang Xingqian represented the entire sect, not to mention a mere inner sect disciple like Yu Kuan. Even the sect elders did not dare to offend Shang Xingqian. With the appearance of Shang Xingqian and the others, the atmosphere at the scene reached its climax. The young master of the demon sect, Pink Prince, snorted coldly and said, "You guys really have dog noses." Although the 1 mountain, 2 religions, 3 sects, and 4 groups were all supreme sects in the Kunlun ruins, it was inevitable that they would scheme against each other. The older generation would not personally appear, so it was normal for the younger generation to compete. Star Sect Shang Xingqian smiled faintly. "Brothering you on, you're wrong. You came earlier than us. Doesn't that mean your nose is also a dog's nose? This fat lord has heard that there's a type of dog that has the most sensitive nose and loves to eat shit. I think it's called a pug. Could it be that you, Pink Prince, are a pug?" Fatty Wu of Chasing Corpse Sect laughed heartily as the fat on his face shook. Pink Prince said coldly, "Fatty Wu, do you want to die?" "That's right. This fat grandpa is looking for shit, and I'm looking for you, you piece of shit." Fatty Wu was carried by the Metal Elite Zombie and wasn't afraid in the slightest. Pink Prince was immediately enraged. "You, in my opinion, since the 2 of you don't see eye to eye, why don't you fight? I'll say it again. If you can fight, don't argue." The young master of the Ghoul Sect, Jiu Ing chuckled. Seeing that the few of them were fighting as soon as they met as usual, the eldest senior brother of the Spirit Talisman sect, Tuobalong, frowned and said, "All right, the two of you, we didn't come here today to listen to you guys quarrel." He looked straight at Yi Chen after saying that. "Brother, aren't you going to give us an explanation for slaughtering the paragons of more than 10 forces in the Kunlun ruins?" "That's right." The saintess of the witchcraft sect took a step forward. Spiritual energy surrounded her body, and there were 2 little snakes, one black and one white, sticking out their tongues on her shoulders. An extremely cold voice sounded. "Forces like the Sky Pillar sect, Blood Sun Temple, and Ice River Valley are all our vassals. Are you looking down on us by killing like this?" Yi Chen smiled. "According to you guys, they're only allowed to kill me, but I'm not allowed to fight back? If they didn't covet my things, why would they die?" "Brother," Zhong Rue, the young master of the Dao sect, smiled lightly. He looked at Yi Chen and said calmly, "We agreed that you wouldn't compete with me for Yi Wushuang's sword. How could this have happened?" At this point, he shook his head slightly and said, "I'll give you a chance now. As long as you hand Yi Wushuang's sword to me and follow me back to the Dao sect's Repent Cliff for 20 years, I might be able to save your life." "You're letting him go just like that?" Pink Prince scoffed. Her eyes were cold when she looked at Yi Chen. "The young sect master of the devil sect died in your hands. As the saying goes, a life for a life. This person must die today. Yi Wushuang's sword should also belong to the devil sect." Hearing that all the paragons were here for Yi Chen, the surrounding onlookers looked at Yi Chen gloatingly. "This person is unlucky. He actually made these supreme paragons come together. Otherwise, perhaps no one would be able to suppress him. He killed more than 10 paragons in a row. Even if he dies now, it's worth it." It's just a pity no one thought highly of Yi Chen. The person standing before him was the supreme paragons of the entire Kunlun ruins. Just one of them was enough to sweep through the younger generation of the entire Kunlun ruins. Even some veteran powerhouses were no match for them. Yu Kuin, who was in the crowd, sneered, "That guy is dead for sure. This person can kill more than 10 paragons in a row. He can be considered a formidable figure. However, he's too ostentatious and lawless." Fu Qiuchan secretly shook her head. Only Fu Qingqing clenched her fists and looked at Yi Chen's face that was covered by the bamboo hat in bewilderment. "I hope you're not Brother Yi." Seeing that Yi Chen was silent, Zhongrui frowned and said, "Brother, I wonder what you thought about it?" "My patience has its limits. There's something I don't understand." Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back and glanced at the few supreme paragons. "You guys have mobilized so many people for a supreme-grade spirit weapon. I'm afraid this so-called supreme-grade spirit weapon isn't simple, right?" It was one thing for the young master of Dao sect, a cultivator, to put in so much effort to obtain Wushuang's sword, but even the other supreme paragons had appeared. It would be a lie to say that there was nothing fishy about it. As soon as he said that, the pupils of Zhongrui and the rest constricted. They looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. "Shuang, you're still as hesitant as before. Why waste your breath on him? Just kill him and the item will belong to us, right?" The young master of the devil sect, Pink Prince, smirked coldly. A red glow shone from his body, like a primordial ferocious beast that wanted to destroy everything. He took a step forward, and a red glow soared into the sky. He turned into a bloody shadow and charged at Yi Chen. His pseudo-emperor stage, cultivation base, was undoubtedly revealed. That's the Blood God Sutra, the Devil Sect's Blood God Sutra. I didn't expect Pink Prince to have cultivated the Blood God Sutra to the second stage. The 10,000 blood returned to 1. Pink Prince is personally attacking. That brat is finished. The people around could not help but narrow their eyes when they saw that. There was a hint of pity in their eyes when they looked at Yi Chen again. Chapter 851. The young master of the Ghoul sect, Jiu Ing, harumphed coldly. "If I had known, I would have attacked first. Now Pink Prince has it easy. Die, brat! The bloody gleam that Pink Prince turned into covered the sky as it charged at Yi Chin. At the same time, his cold laughter was heard. Who told you to take something you shouldn't have? Clang! Yi Wushuang's sword in Yi Chen's hand suddenly unleashed a monstrous sword intent. The sword gleam pierced through the sky and slashed down. Sword intent. This person has actually comprehended sword intent. At that moment, Pink Prince's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and roared, Blood God Sutra, Level 3, Blood Demon Body! Bang! Before he could unleash the blood demon body, a sword gleam slashed over. Pink Prince hurriedly dodged, but even so he still screamed. One of his arms flew into the air, and his body flew backward as blood spurted from his arm. The surroundings were deathly silent. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief as they watched the scene unfold before them. One strike. With just one strike, Pink Prince was defeated. How is this possible? An extremely sharp voice rang out in the crowd. It was the Devil Sect disciples. At that moment, their eyes were filled with disbelief. The pupils of the supreme paragons in the sky constricted violently. Clearly, they were shocked by this sudden scene. So this person has been hiding his strength. Shang Xingqian from Star Sect glared at Yi Chen with a grim expression. Not only is he at the pseudo-emperor stage, but he's also proficient in sword Dao. Boom! Yi Chen said nothing in the face of everyone's shock. He held his sword in one hand and slashed at Pink Prince again. The sword gleam was like a pillar of light that held up the sky. It was terrifying. Pink Prince had goosebumps all over his body as he hurriedly said, You can't kill me. Do you know that I am... At the same time, the young master of the Ghoul sect, Jiuying, who was in the sky, reacted and immediately shouted, Stop! If you dare to kill him, I don't care who you are. Since you dare to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed. Yi Chen interrupted them and slashed Pink Prince with the sword gleam. No. As Pink Prince roared in disbelief, Yi Chen's sword chopped off his head. Blood spurted over 3 meters high as the headless body fell into the water. A red spirit shot out from the head, revealing Pink Prince's face faintly. It seemed like it wanted to escape, but Yi Chen grabbed it in his hand. Pink Prince's face was filled with despair. When one cultivated to the pseudo-emperor realm, their bodies would nurture a divine soul. If their physical bodies were severed, they could still be reborn through the divine soul. However, if their divine soul was destroyed, they would really be dead. Brother, let's talk this out. Dao Sect's young master, Zong, Rue hurriedly said, Leave a way out for everything. Although Pink Prince attacked you, you've already destroyed his physical body. Don't go too far. Not bad. The Spirit Talisman Sect's eldest senior brother, Tobalong, said slowly, Pink Prince is the Devil Sect's young master. If you kill him in front of us, it's equivalent to dragging us into the water and declaring war on us. If you dare kill me, my father won't let you off. My father is the Devil Sect's sect master, a supreme giant. Pink Prince's soul was filled with resentment. Is that so? Yi Chen smiled lightly. He exerted force with his palm, and Pink Prince's soul was crushed by his palm immediately. The Devil Sect's young master, the supreme paragon of the Kunlun ruins, was completely destroyed. The entire world fell into dead silence. No one expected Yi Chen to really dare to kill Pink Prince. Meanwhile, Pink Prince, the supreme paragon of the Devil Sect, the son of a supreme giant, had died here today? Yu Kuin and the rest were shocked. That was a supreme paragon. If news of this got out, not to mention the Devil Sect, even the entire Kunlun ruins would be shaken. The expressions of the remaining supreme paragons turned grim. They could not escape responsibility for Pink Prince's death. After all, he was the Devil Sect's overlord, Xiangtian's son. Yi Chen stood there with his hands behind his back. His face was calm as if he had just killed an ant. Which of you is coming to accept your death now? Whoosh! Everyone was in an uproar. They did not expect Yi Chen to not run after killing Pink Prince. Instead, he took the initiative to provoke the other Supreme Paragons. "You're courting death." The Ghoul Sect's young master, Jiao Ying, leaped forward. His murderous aura was like a black dragon that rampaged in the air. "Pink Prince is merely the weakest among us. If you hadn't hidden your strength, how could he have been killed by you when he underestimated you? How dare you say such shameless words to us? Do you really think you're invincible just because you killed Pink Prince?" Jiao Ying's murderous aura was revealed as he roared towards the sky. Amidst the monstrous, murderous aura, 2 more lumps of flesh grew out from his neck. The lumps of flesh grew in the wind and eventually turned into 2 identical strange heads. This is the Ghoul Sect's Xian Mu nascent transformation technique. Only the Ghoul Sect masters can cultivate it. It's said that there are a total of 9 levels. Every time one cultivates a level, an extra head will grow. It seems like Jiao Ying has cultivated to the 2nd level. Don't underestimate the extra heads. Each head contains a divinity. Some can spit fire, some can spit wind and thunder. Rumor has it that the Ghoul Sect master has cultivated to the 7th level and has 8 heads. Someone in the crowd cried out in surprise. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. This was truly 3 heads and 6 arms. The Supreme Paragon's expressions were solemn. Jiao Ying used the Xian Mu nascent transformation technique as soon as he arrived. It seems like he really wants to kill that person. It's very simple. The Devil Sect and the Ghoul Sect are the closest. Don't be fooled by Jiao Ying trying to bully Pink Prince as soon as they meet. The relationship between the 2 of them is quite deep. Fatty Wu from the Corpse Sect bit on a sugar cane as he spoke. Perhaps this is what they call colluding with each other. Birds of a feather flock together. As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with angry glares from the rest. Boom! Jiao Ying, who had unleashed the Xian Mu nascent transformation technique, stared at the 3 huge heads. He seemed to have transformed into a primordial demon as he charged at Yi Chen through the wind and waves. Killing intent surged. Die! The mouth on his 2nd head opened, and a stream of true flame shot out. It shot at Yi Chen with the momentum of a prairie fire. Unorthodox method. Yi Chen scoffed coldly. Subsequently, he extended his right hand that was as clear as jade and pointed at the true flame from afar. He said softly, "Netherworld destruction finger." Under everyone's gaze, as he pointed with his finger, an extremely condensed black gas erupted from the tip of his finger. The black gas almost materialized, and like a spider web, it faced the true fire. Rumble! The true flame was the first to collapse. At that moment, Jiao Ying felt a bone-chilling sense of danger.